Progress, you may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the March 2nd, 2022 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 5:37 p.m. Effective March 1st, 2022, the California Department of Public Health, CDPH, strongly recommends that all persons, regardless of vaccination status, continue to mask while in indoor public settings. Please note that Trustee Bronstein is joining the meeting via Zoom this evening. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate by phone. A registration link has been posted on the board meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to call in to address the board this evening. Please note, staff has pulled agenda items 3C1 and 3C2, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Mrs. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Sorry, I stepped in on that. Here. Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone who would like to speak to a closed session item?
No.
The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. Public health emergency, consultation with agency counsel. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, and unrepresented employees. Public employee discipline dismissal release, one case. The board will now recess to closed session. The time is 5:39.
President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the March 2nd, 2022 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The time is now 7:11. Effective March 1st, 2022, the California Department of Public Health, CDPH, strongly recommends that all persons, regardless of vaccination status, continue to mask while in indoor public settings. Please note that Trustee Bronstein is joining the meeting via Zoom this evening. Please note that we have Spanish interpreters attending this evening's board meeting, and they are available to anyone in the back of the room. You'll have to pardon this. Tenemos asistencia de intérpretes en español disponible. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate by phone. A registration link has been posted on the meeting agenda page of our website for those of you who plan to call in to address the board this evening. And that was the reason for our delay. We had a problem with the link, so I apologize for that. The district policy 1313, civility policy, promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. Any individual who disrupts or threatens to disrupt school or office operations, uses obscenities, or speaks in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner will be directed to leave school district property. If there's a disruption in tonight's meeting, including heckling, shouting out, pounding on the windows, or any similar behavior, there is a deputy and added security in attendance, and you may be asked to leave or be subject to removal. Warnings will be issued by the presiding board officer, and the gavel will be used in order to support controlling the crowd. After first and second warning, if behavior continues, the presiding officer will adjourn the board and have security clear the room. Once the boardroom is cleared, the board may return and continue board business. Non-disruptors may participate outside the building, can speak on agenda items using the microphone. Oral communications, which comes early in the agenda, is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. By board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes, with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. But the per speaker time may be less if there's a large number of speakers. Under California law, the board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communications. Please note, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will hear them before any adult speaker. As a reminder, once an agenda item has begun, no further blue speaker cards will be accepted. Please note, agenda item number 6, trustee request to consider revising board policy 9323, meeting conduct, has been pulled by Trustee Castellanos and will be brought back at a later date. Please note that on agenda item 7, trustee request resolution number 2122-43, reaffirmation of CUSD resolution number 2122-20, and request for CUSD families to receive informational messages about California State Senate Bills 871 and 876, and agenda item number 8, trustee request resolution 2122-50, directing the Capistrano Unified School District Superintendent to exercise local responsibility and enforcement of classroom mask wearing. Trustees have made revisions to both of these resolutions. Copies are in the back of the room, and the revised resolutions are posted on the district website. Mrs. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Student Advisor Padia.
Here.
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones. Here. Trustee McNicholas.
Here. I'd like to ask Rich Montgomery to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rich. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I would like to suggest that we move items 8 and 9 up to the beginning, because I believe we have the most speakers for that. 8 and 9. With the trustees who already moved adoption of the agenda, is that okay with you? Okay, moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Jones, or trustee Castellanos. Okay, so we're going to move items 8 and 9 to right after consent calendar. Okay. We have a roll call, please.
Student Advisor Padilla.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote. To adopt the agenda as amended with preferential vote of aye by student advisor Padilla. Mrs. Hayes, please report out of closed session.
On agenda item 3A, Public Health Emergency, Anthony DeMarco, Agency Counsel, was not present. Sarah Young attended in his absence. On agenda item 3B, Conference with Labor Negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation and notify the following certificated administrative employee identified by employee number 2122-3. They will be released and reassigned pursuant to Ed Code Section 44951, effective at the end of the 2021-2022 school year, and further directed the superintendent or designee to send out the appropriate legal notices. This concludes my report.
Thank you. At this point, we're at board and superintendent comments. Superintendent Patel-Bruthy.
Great. Good evening and welcome. I think we have 56 folks streaming, and whether you're here in person or online, I greatly appreciate your participation and partnership in our board meetings and the work we do for almost 43,000 students every day. Tonight, I want to take a special moment to thank our team who organizes these meetings. They ensure that these evenings run smoothly. Over the course of the last 2 years, we transitioned from holding meetings in our physical location here at the Ed Center to having both a physical location and online presence, and inviting our families and community members to join us either in person or online. A meeting takes a tremendous amount of behind the scenes work and resources, and our staff is incredible. Using Zoom, YouTube, Google Forms, glue cards, and a little magic, the team does an incredible job inviting and hosting this USD family in our 200 square mile school district that includes the 7 cities in the unincorporated areas. Thank you, thank you, thank you, TIS. Print Services, Facilities and Maintenance and Operations, our amazing Executive Director of Safety and Student Services, my incredible team in communications, and the Superintendent's office for the magic you do. You make it all work, and sometimes there are some technological glitches. So thank you. We also have had some notable achievements to wrap up winter sports that I'd like to share. 2 boys varsity basketball teams, Dana Hills and San Juan Hills, reached the CIF Southern sectional finals for the first time in program history, with the Stallions winning the 2A title over La Mirada. Yeah. In girls wrestling, Neela Fritz from Capo Valley won the CIF Masters Tournament and State Tournament Championships, both program first for the Cougars in that sport. Congratulations to all our district winter sports teams who competed in postseason this year, and good luck to our spring teams as they begin their seasons. As I conclude my comments tonight, I want to celebrate becoming more normal. It's feeling a little more normal for us every day. Next week as a district, we'll be gathering after a 2-year hiatus to celebrate our Teachers of the Year in person. We're planning our Classified Employees of the Year celebration in person. We've returned to in-person principal meetings. School site visits are in full swing, and we're working on the next phase of opening our school campuses to parent volunteers. We need to take the opportunity to celebrate these changes and appreciate the tremendous challenges we've faced over the last few years. Yes, there are and always will be differences of opinions, but we need to take some moments to embrace a return to normal. Our expectation as always is that here in CUSD, we'll always respect each other, show kindness, and give each other grace. We are a district that is diverse in people and views, and we've stuck together through thick and thin, and these last 2 years, getting up every morning for children. Finally, I want to appreciate our Board of Trustees. This is probably the hardest volunteer job anyone will ever have. As I mentioned earlier, how large our district is and how diverse. These 7 trustees have differences of opinions, but they're all about supporting children. They often try to find consensus, and they've worked tirelessly to lead CUSD through federal, state, and local expectations and requirements to support our students, our families, and our employees. So I'm grateful for their leadership, and I'm also thankful for all of you as we continue to work together to support our young people as things become more normal.
Thank you, Superintendent. Trustee Bronstein, do you have any comments?
Nope, not tonight.
Trustee Bolikas, do you have any comments?
First, I want to start off with this coming weekend. Our CUSD robotic team, Team 5199, Robot Dolphins from Outer Space is going to be in Point Hueneme at the first kickoff tournament this weekend. So students from all over our high school campuses will be gathering together and heading up to Point Hueneme on Friday, and they'll be there through the 3-day weekend. So it's very exciting. On another note, I want to express, I'm tired of the hypocrisy of our California officials and their misleading public comments leading to tonight's resolutions. Much discussion, listening, and consideration has gone into these, and I don't even want to tell you how many rewrites because I lost count. But I'm also terribly disappointed in the district leadership. In waiting until an hour before this public meeting to give us detailed legal counsel. So tonight, and what the result will be, is in many ways based on the last hour. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Trustee Castellanos? No comments? Okay. Trustee Davis?
Good evening. I fully support the resolutions being presented tonight, both to enable a non-enforcement policy when it comes to the wearing of masks and to give direction to Superintendent Vitale-Brulte to share pertinent information with families and students in our district regarding upcoming bills in the Senate that affect families and students in CUSD. Senator Richard Pan and Senator Scott Weiner co-authored a bill, and Senator Richard Pan authored a bill that would have huge impacts on school-age children in California. There will be differing opinions about these bills. It is critically important as a K-12 district in California that we share unbiased information with families so they are informed and can do what they will with the information. In regards to masks, we are encouraged CDPH updated their guidance. However, they provided no data to support the arbitrary start of this policy 10 days from now. Our community numbers put us in the mask optional status according to the CDC, and there is no reason to delay this policy. Which is why we should pass the resolution on the agenda tonight. We have been so focused on COVID and masking that we failed to consider the many other challenges this changed world has given our students. Depression symptoms in youth has doubled. Anxiety symptoms have increased by 75%. Eating disorder hospitalizations have increased by 120%. And suicide in girls has increased by 51%. There is no reason to lose one more child. In addition to the mental health crisis we're seeing, academic achievement has also taken a shocking nosedive, putting our students even further behind. Our district saw this threat early on and mobilized against it, making in-person learning a priority. The poor results from remote learning is staggering, and educators who enforce these destructive policies will have to grapple with the horrific education loss, especially in low-income families. We need to give our children their childhood back. I've been thinking about the magical time my 4 children had while attending elementary, middle, and high school. There were numerous parents that helped in the classroom daily with allowing a child to read to them, practice much needed math facts, mastering sight word lists, practicing poems to share and present to other classes, helping create costumes for performances, etc., etc., etc. Field trips were plentiful, fall festivals, luncheons, kickball tournaments, spirit weeks. The list is never ending. It saddens me to see what we are doing to children today. Children have been the least at risk from COVID since the beginning of this pandemic. It's time to stop treating them like mere vectors of disease. We need to see the bigger picture, make our way back to normal, and we need to start tomorrow.
Trustee Hanachek?
Thank you, President McNicholas. Trustee Davis brings up, well, actually, I was going to talk about mental health as well. We trustees receive emails, and in those emails, oftentimes parents share a lot of information about their students. And we get this, and I think I'm looking to staff to figure out how we can then direct this information that we receive so that it's productive and it's student focused for that individual child. At the beginning of COVID, when we had quite a high level of emails that stated that their child was suicidal or their neighbor was suicidal, we worked out a situation, because that's a knife in the heart that just can't handle. And that the student then, the principal, what the student was researched, because sometimes we don't know, right? We get parents' names. The student was researched, and then the principal directly contacted each student. And I'm happy to say that none of those, thank goodness, were an actual situation for that child. So if possible, if we can work out some type of system that when we receive this information, that we are able to direct that information so that child has the supports. It may be a myriad of things. It may be mass. It may be something else. Children have a lot on their plate. I was just reading how we should be speaking to them about Ukraine and, of course, nuclear threats that they are presenting. There's a lot on their plate. My heart goes out to them. So if possible, I look forward to seeing how best we could do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jones.
So I want to talk about several things tonight. Before I finish, I'll give my contact information if you want to take it down. First, I want to thank the members of the community who have emailed trustees after the last board meeting to let us know that the individuals who disrupted the meeting did not represent them and didn't even live in CUSD. I certainly appreciate everyone's emails and their concern, but I think trustees know that a single bad apple doesn't represent the whole bushel. Some of us who sit on the dais today once stood in the audience at the audience microphones and expressed our anger and disappointment at board decisions. So when it's said that we see you and we hear you, some of us also remember being you. My second issue is in regard to the proposed San Juan Capistrano skate park. You might know that community members in San Juan have been working for more than a decade to raise money and get approvals to build a skate park in town near Marco Foster Middle School. Just when it looked like approval was imminent, a group of residents raised objections. I believe busy kids are happy kids, and happy kids do well in school. A skate park will keep some of San Juan Capistrano's kids busy and happy. If you live in San Juan, please email the city clerk to express your support for the skate park. Or if you have friends who live in San Juan, please ask them to do the same. They need the emails. The city clerk's email address, you can email me for this as well, is mmorris@sanjuancapistrano.org. That's mmorris@sanjuancapistrano.org. Third, whatever happens at this meeting tonight, we're about to see a mixture of unmasked and masked faces on our campuses. Everyone's reasons are a private matter. I will be profoundly disappointed if I hear of anyone being taunted, teased, bullied, or harassed for their mask choices. Another person's mask choices are no more our business than the shoes they wear is our business. Fourth, on Saturday, March 26th, from 8:30 to noon, there will be a Girls in STEAM Symposium at St. Margaret's School. The email from the school states it's open to all girls in grades 4 through 12, not just their own students. Email me and I'll send you a sign-up link. Finally, I want to draw your attention again to Senator Pan's SB 871, the K-12 COVID-19 vaccination mandate. The bill will start working its way through committees this month. We can assume our own Senator Bates will vote against the bill, and sponsors of the bill, such as Senator Pan, will vote in favor. Others may be undecided. I've created a list of senators who may be undecided along with the areas they represent and their email addresses. It's on my Google Drive, and if you send me an email, I'll send you a link to the list. This is a chance to be heard, whether you're in favor of the bill or opposed to it. You can also email me about the skate park if you want to know more or need the email address of the city clerk, of course, about the Girls in STEAM Symposium. My email address is gijones@Capo USD. That's GI like the soldier, Jones@capousd.org, or you can find it on the district website. Thank you, President McNicholas.
Thank you. My comments. I remember September 11th very clearly. I was on an elementary campus demanding to meet with the principal because of reforming combination classes, because we had to reduce one teacher. Both my children were involved at the time, and I was furious, and I was pounding on things, and I wanted to meet with the principal because this was not fair to my kids. And then 9/11 happened. And I went back home and watched as other people's lives crumbled. And my complaint about a combination class seemed so insignificant at that time. Subsequently, I helped with a fundraising program at our elementary school to raise money for the closest elementary school to Ground Zero and those teachers that help evacuate those kids. I say that because with everything that's going on, these are very important issues that we're talking about. But sometimes we need to kind of put aside our somewhat selfish arguments and think of children and families in Ukraine who may not have a home to go back to or school to go back to. Think about our own CUSD families who are mourning the death of their children, 2 in the last month. These are our students. About the family that is still looking for their missing daughter. This is our student. About the families that have children in comas, hoping for them to recover. These are our students. Sometimes other things need to be put aside when we need to think about others at this point. Thank you for letting me speak. Student member Padia, do you have any comments?
No comment.
Thank you. We're on oral communications. We're now moving on to oral communications. The time allotted for oral communications shall be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual, but could be less if there's a large number of speakers. Reminder that oral communications is for items not on the agenda. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speakers for oral communication?
We do. We have 14 speakers. We would start with one student, move to 4 online speakers, and then follow up with the speakers in the room.
Okay, trustees, at 3 minutes apiece, that gets us about 45 minutes. Are we willing to hear them all? Do you want to limit the time? Hear them all at 3 minutes? Do we have another suggestion?
I think folks are very interested in 8 and 9, and I don't know how many speakers we have for that. I always appreciate people coming to speak on oral communications, but it is a non-agendized. I would push a little bit, maybe if we could reduce the time a little bit, I think it would be helpful for all the speakers tonight that would like to speak.
2 minutes, is that agreeable with trustees? Okay.
Yes.
2 minutes apiece for oral communications, okay? Well, Mrs. Hayes, I'll let you manage the who's next, okay? Thank you.
Our first speaker is student Joseph from Tesoro High School. Joseph, please come forward.
Good evening, Superintendent Vitale and CSBA Board of Trustees. I'm Joseph, a senior at Tesoro High School, and I'm here tonight regarding comments made last month in the Student Advisor's report. It was mentioned that in a recent meeting with ASB presidents, the decision to revise the graduation regalia to only include one color robe and eliminate valedictorian robes, an honor awarded to those who achieve a 4.0 GPA or higher. I would like to point out that attaining a 4.0 GPA is not restricted only to those who take honors and AP level classes. Any student who attains straight A's in any level class is deemed a valedictorian. To take away this honor would be an insult to students who have put in years of hard work and dedication to their studies, and would destroy a major source of motivation and inspiration for younger classes to work hard in school. The assertion was made last board meeting that one color of robes would create less of a division between the graduating classes. However, valedictorian robes are just one of many displays of achievement that students may qualify to wear at graduation. To take away valedictorian robes would be analogous to barring varsity athletes from wearing a letterman's jacket on campus. If anything, valedictorian robes are a way to bring together every conscientious and dedicated student, regardless of the types of classes they took during high school. A student taking solely regular classes and maintaining a 4.0 GPA might feel less accomplished than another 4.0 student taking AP classes, but come graduation, they're all wearing the same valedictorian robes and are celebrated for their hard work equally. I think this is wonderful. Instead of trying to make everyone the same, schools should focus on helping students celebrate the many achievements that they and their peers attain, and recognize that there is achievement possible in many different aspects of their lives, whether it be scholastic, athletic, or leadership related. I'd also like to point out that this decision was made unilaterally without input from students. To my understanding, there was no request for comment from students. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to our online speakers. Letisa Cilindro. Letisa, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, board. My name is Letisa Cilindro. I'm a resident of Dana Point. I would like to discuss having the district boundaries adjusted. We live in Dana Point, formerly Capistrano Beach. Capistrano Beach became a part of the city of Dana Point on January 1st, 1989, giving residents better access to local services. Local services include access to public schools. My daughter is currently an 8th grader at Marco Forster Middle School. Marco is considered a school of choice for us. Therefore, we're not eligible to utilize the school buses for Marco. I have to drive her to and from school each day. Dana Hills is the high school that is closest distance to my daughter, and that's the school that she wants to attend next year for high school. However, we had to select Dana Hills as a school of choice, as San Juan Hills High is the designated home base high school for this area. My question is, why would Marco be a school of choice for us, but San Juan Hills, which is a farther distance, not? We live in the city of Dana Point. The title to our property lists that we live in the city of Dana Point, which I can provide if needed. We pay over $18,000 a year in property taxes in the city of Dana Point. We should have access to the schools in the city that we live in. We should not have to select a school in our city as a school of choice. San Juan Hills High School is double the distance from our home than Dana Hills is. A school bus is not provided to transport our daughter to and from school to San Juan Hills. I don't have the means to drive her to and from school twice a day, more so if she joins a team or club. I'm requesting that our daughter be allowed admittance to Dana Hills High School as it's in the city that we live in and closer to our home. I'm also requesting that the board adjust the district boundaries to reflect our area as a part of Dana Point's school boundaries so that future families do not have to go through the same mess that we have. Thank you for your time. That's it.
Our next speaker is Michelle Colossal Campbell.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. In March, we recognized Women's History. Some women of note that I hope our schools highlight are Sally Ride, Maureen Van Brittan Brown, the inventor of the modern home security system, Clara Bell Drysdale Williams, the first African-American graduate of New Mexico State University, who went on to become a top educator of Black children as well as former slaves. And while one might not agree on their politics, for the first time at the State of the Union of our great country, 2 women sat on the dais. This is something to celebrate. Over the past month, PTAs have been busy planning events to celebrate the National PTA turning 125 years young. We are really looking forward to the next 125 years of advocacy working for children. We are also preparing for exciting events to come this year, and of course, continuing our advocacy work on behalf of children. If you have yet to do so, please join your local PTA, and remember, you can be a member of more than one PTA unit. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jessica Geyer.
Hello, good evening, Superintendent Vital, Brualty, President McNicholas, trustees, and Student Advisor Padia. I first want to give a huge shout out to our CUC-PTSA Legislation Advocacy Team for their continuous and extraordinary volunteer work this school year. Our ledge reps, or at some sites, the PTA president wears 2 hats and acts as the ledge rep, represent every school site in our district. They spend countless hours reading over legislation reports and educational articles, so they are typically well informed on educational issues that we face in our district, state, and even at the national level, and have become to be the ones others rely on as a good source of information. So a huge thank you to our ledge team for your time and energy. If you are attending your PTA meetings, you should hear a ledge rep every month that gives pertinent information of issues that are affecting our district. Another shout out to our federal electeds outreach co-chairs Jamie Louie and Kim Larson. Currently, they are setting up a second meeting this school year with our congressional leaders. This time is used to educate them on what is happening within USD and what policies or legislation would be helpful to us and our children. Finally, thank you to Luca Greco, our state elected chair, for her passionate efforts to advocate for raising the LCFF base grant. Her tireless efforts continue, and we would like to announce the rollout of our 100 million letters to legislators letter writing campaign. 5 letters, 5 envelopes, and 5 stamps. That's all you need. If you would like more information on our Raise the Base initiative, please follow us on social media, Raise the Base on Facebook, or on our CUC PTSA website, where we hope to have the letters posted by Friday. We are hoping to flood key members of our California legislature with 1 million letters. We can do this with your help. A big shout out to our superintendent, Clark Hampton, CUSD staff, and trustees for your continued support of our work.
For your time.
Oh, thank you.
Now we'll move to speakers in the room. Our first speaker is Meredith Nakamura. Please come forward and I'll call the next speaker following Meredith. Heather. Veronica. Are you Veronica? Welcome. Come forward and then we'll get the speakers back in order. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Gutierrez. My son is a Native American child on an IEP that attends Michael Forrester Middle School as a 6th grader. This year has been difficult. My son has been a victim of bullying and sexual harassment. He has been groped, pictures have been taken in the restroom, and there have been multiple instances that continue to happen. My son feels unsafe at school using the restroom. My son is trying to get an education like individuals his age. I want him to be safe and comfortable at school. I feel as if the school has no control on this situation, brushing it off. As the sheriff said, boys will be boys. Administration blames social media, understaffing as a reason to why the sexual harassment can't be controlled. It is also hard to be controlled as the issue of harassment is coming from different social groups within the school. Members of the board, my requests are the following: a safe environment to learn, to be a student in a safe space. My son is a victim of bullying and these incidents need to be taken seriously and better actions need to be taken. Thank you.
Superintendent Patel, can we please have someone meet with the speaker right now, please? Thank you.
We will.
Hi, Meredith Nakamura. I have currently 2 kids, about to be 3 kids, inevitably 4, hopefully in Capo. I'm personally looking to you and the California Teachers Association to demonstrate that you do indeed have our children top of mind and place their needs above political strategies. SB 871, right? Where I'm asking you to place our children above political strategies, especially those funded by pharmaceutical companies that stand to benefit from the legislative actions that are currently slated to hit our little kids in an unprecedented manner. I'm sure you're already aware, I'm sure everyone's aware that Richard Pan, SB 871, is the most heavily pharmaceutically funded politician in all of California. I'm also sure you know about his direct connections to UC Davis, which I actually like UC Davis. The thing I don't particularly like is that they get billions with a B of pharmaceutical funding. And if you want citations, of course, I can send those. So I am concerned about SB 871 because it requires COVID vaccine for students before schooling and because it repeals the exemption for medical and personal beliefs. So basically, it's removing our individual choices. Sorry. Of comical side note, the new law also requires that the state pay for these forced vaccines, money that will funnel directly from us to the pharmaceutical companies. Hold on. Sorry. So basically, my concern is that SB 871, if you don't stand up and say that you're against it, and I know that the CTA funded and the California Educators Association funded Richard Pan, that might have been good intention at the time. That time has passed. You need to realize that whatever you saw in him is no longer there, and he's really forcing a vaccine down our children's throat. Thanks.
Heather, please come forward. Following Heather, we have KCG. Heather, go ahead.
My name is Heather Wolfmeyer. I have 2 kids currently in the Capo School District. I've already pulled one, my 3rd. I am also commenting on SB 871. I want to start off by stating what we do know. We do know that kids don't die of COVID. We also know that the COVID vaccine does not prevent you from getting the virus. Therefore, it should be like the flu vaccine, where you have a choice whether or not to take it. All-cause deaths are up 40%, which are historic numbers and maybe due to the vaccine. To prove this point, we know that the vaccine injury reports on VAERS have gone through the roof since December of 2020. Total combined vaccine-related deaths from 1990 to 2020, that's 30 years, were 12,491. Now, from 2020 to today, since we've had this new COVID vaccine, the number of vaccine-related deaths is at 24,402. So in just 15 months, we have doubled the amount of vaccine-related deaths compared to the previous 30 years. And you guys want to make our children experiments. The creator of mRNA technology himself has said that no one under 80 years old should take this vaccine. It's time for you trustees to join Davis and Bullockis and fight for our kids. I don't care how much money you're being given. We know you're being given a lot. It's time for you to do what is morally right and stop complying with these ridiculous mandates. First, it was the mask, and we know the vaccine is next. Enough is enough.
KCG, come forward, please. And following Casey, we're going to do Michelle Castillo and Emily. Go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, hi. I don't really understand how there's any legal jurisdiction that can enforce a vaccine on our kids, because that is a life choice. Because whether you go to school or you attend school or you don't school or you pull your kids out of school, that vaccine's in them regardless. So that's a life choice. That's it's violation of our constitutional rights. And you can't do this. There's no proof of legal jurisdiction that can even happen. We would also demand that scientific evidence that the vaccine is effective. We want the clinical trials. We want the side effects. We want the ingredients and the full package inserts. That we will demand that as parents if you guys try to pass this. An example of how ineffective vaccines really are. Well, the flu shot or the flu goes around every time the flu shot's going around. There was mass vaccination of COVID. Then something more transmissible called Delta went around. Then boosters and children started getting vaccines. Then something even more transmissible called Omicron went around. It doesn't seem that it's very effective. Not only that, but when every seasonal flu that goes around, far less people get the vaccination and it just goes away naturally, like natural immunity. So I really don't understand how this even works. Some of the ingredients in the vaccine, which has preservatives and aluminum, the preservatives keep this virus alive. The aluminum binds it, therefore it lays dormant in the red blood cells, and therefore you become asymptomatic. It's preserved and it stays alive. That's why it transmits all around. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Castillo. Following Michelle, we have Emily. You can go on ahead and line up if you'd like, and Lupe Lopez.
A little short. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Castillo. I am a Native American from the Hashima Nation, which is actually the villages are here in San Juan Capistrano. So I'm here standing in front of you on behalf of Gabriel, which is Veronica's son. And so she went to the admin many times. She's went to the office many times. She's went to the principal many times. All of these times were ignored. Not only were they ignored, but they were never documented. How can you not document a student being touched on the private parts? How? When she went to the office, there was no documentation, no record of it whatsoever. So I'm strongly advising you guys to contact the school and investigate this. We're talking about mental health. I work with children, I work with youth. There's a lot of mental health issues right now with our kids. I don't care what school district you're from. There's mental health issues. We had the coronavirus going on. Some of you expressed how disappointed you would be if the kids were bullied because they were wearing masks or they weren't wearing masks. I want you guys to be disappointed in bullying. This also kills children. This is why kids commit suicide. This is why people hang themselves. All of these things are going on right under your nose, maybe not yours, but the school's nose, and they're kind of brushing it off. And the sheriff told her, well, boys will be boys. We got to stop using that as an excuse. Thank you.
Emily?
My name is Emily White. We have two boys, ages 10 and 12. Like my shirt clearly states in big red letters, love is kind. What we've seen these past few weeks in school is anything but kind. Teachers segregating students, locking them in rooms who refuse to wear a mask. This unscientific dress code is dividing us as Americans and must end. Let's focus on unity, kindness, and love, and honesty, because we've been lied to these past 2 years. Because united we stand, divided we fall. Let's make these masks optional ASAP and improve the mental health of these students. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. Good night.
Next, we have Lupe, and as a reminder, try to stay a hand's length away and we won't get the distortion. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, members of the board and also trustee. My name is Lupe and I'll be speaking in support of the parent Veronica, who is a relative in regards to her child being bullied at Marco Forster School with the principal named Mr. Freeman. I was a school teacher here at Capistrano Unified School District at a time when Capistrano Unified School District needed teachers. And I came and I made sure, provided my service as a school teacher. So I know the capability of what this school district can do in the safety of our children. This is a child who has an IEP, and we have to understand federal law of how our children who have IEP, we must provide a safety for them at our schools, all children. But also remember the educational codes that exist in regards to bullying, sexual harassment. And if I could just give you a courtesy reminder of Educational Code, California, 234.2, 234.5, and 234.6, and Articles 5.5. It is in the law in California, Safe Space to Learn Act. Remember school safety plans. This is a mother who has come to administration. This is a time that the mother is now at the school board because this has been ongoing since school has started. Evidence shows pictures of not just only her son urinating in a bathroom, but other boys in the past. And folks, it could be your son too. It could be your relative too, or a neighbor whose children are taking pictures of boys urinating and posting them, sharing them on social media. Please take action. And thank you, trustee, for taking action, but take action now. Thank you.
I'd like to call our next three speakers. Jaslyn Moreno, Gina G, and Ryan Heath. Jaslyn, if I mispronounced your name, please correct me. Thank you.
Is Jaslyn. Hi, I just wanted to be here in support of our sister and her son Gabriel. As a Native community, we are small, but we are mighty. We are outside of California, the intertribal community, Native community is the largest. So I want to acknowledge that we're here to support her. I am a native of San Juan Capistrano. I have grown up here all my life. I went to Del Obispo, I went to Marco, and I went to Dana, and I went to Capo. So I want to just tell you, since I was in junior high in the 90s, 92 and 93, bullying has not stopped. And the same process of no action has continued. And I'm disappointed. I'm mad and I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in my city. I'm disappointed in the people that are taking care of our children, that are supposed to be teaching them and supporting them in a safe environment. We all know this community is intertribal. We have many different colors of skin here. We have many different people from different places here. All of our children should be safe. All of our children should be taken care of. The fact that not one thing has been done for this boy and he has an IEP. My son has one. And at Saddleback School District, he was well taken care of. I don't know what's going on here, people. I don't know what's going on here, but I think it needs to change. I'm asking you because I am a Native person from here. This is my home. I want to represent it well, but this is not representing us well. So I'm asking you to do something about it. Be the change. That's what you're here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. Our next speaker, Gina G. And following Gina, Ryan.
Thank you. I stand before you today, not as a parent myself, but as a friend of friends who are parents. And I hear the stories about what their children are going through. And I've had several conversations with them about bringing my own children into this world. And it's a very scary place. With the mask mandates, possible vaccine mandates, the last thing I'd want to do is bring a child in this world and have to put them through that. You know, it doesn't make it very welcoming to want to bring another soul and have to endure all that. Children should be free. They're in the process of cognitively learning. They're in their most impressionable years. And if suicide is up or people or some children are suffering, it's because they should never have to go through that. It's one thing for adults to have this going, them having to go through all that. We can handle a little better. We know how to stand up for ourselves. Children do not have the same voice. We have to stand up for them. And I'd appreciate if it just was kept out of schools altogether. And maybe that may give me more hope to eventually bring a child into the world myself. Thank you for listening.
Ryan Heath.
My name is Ryan Heath, and I'm the president and CEO of the Gavel Project, a nonprofit law firm. I actually have a client here in that we're suing you. I've hired Tracy Henderson, a California attorney, to sue each and every single one of you. Well, maybe not each of you, but the majority of you personally for your civil rights violations. And I'm here today, I'm holding this document. It's not ultimatum. It essentially is a cease and desist order or demand. And I handed this to some kids up in Natomas earlier today, actually. And they turned this into their schools, Natomas Unified School District, 2 schools, elementary school and high school. They dropped the mask mandate today on the spot. In response to this memo right here explains what the law is. It was written by someone named Tracy Henderson, who's suing you. And I'm here not in anger and not in jest. I'm here to ask you to seek a second legal opinion. There are 25 plus school districts and schools across the state of California that have gone against the Department of Health guidelines because they are not mandatory. That is the truth. You have been lied to. We've been abusing children in this state for 2 years for absolutely no reason. And it needs to end, because if we don't end it, if the kids actually don't end it by themselves, it doesn't matter about the resolution. If the kids don't protest tomorrow and don't end it by themselves and sit in those seats and refuse to get up, the same thing's going to happen with the vaccines. That's the truth. If you don't end it and show them who is in charge, we the people, it never ends. So please protest tomorrow, refuse to leave, sit in your seats and don't get up. On my website too.
That concludes our speakers for oral communications.
Thank you. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Please note per board policy 9323 and in accordance with the law, the public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted 5 minutes on multiple items or 3 minutes per item. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for the consent calendar?
We do not.
Do trustees have any consent items you want to pull? Okay, in that case, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Jones. Roll call, please.
Student advisor Padia. Aye. Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos. Aye. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Aye. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Passes 7-0 with a preferential vote of aye from student advisor Padia. We will now move on to discussion action items. We will address item 8 and 9 first, and then go back to item 4. Did I get that right? 8 and 9? At this point, I would like to call on Sarah Young, our district legal counsel, to preface this discussion. Is Sarah online?
I am. Can you hear me, trustees?
Yes, go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, thank you, President. So I just want to take this moment as you begin the public discussion on these items to remind trustees that both at the last board meeting and then again tonight in closed session, Mr. DeMarco and I counseled you as to any potential legal exposure related to these items.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What we'll do here on these 2 items, since they are brought by the trustees, the trustees who authored the items will present them first. Then we will have speaker cards, and then we will have rest of trustee discussion. Okay. So on the first one, this would be trustee Bulkus and trustee Jones. However you 2 want to present this.
So as Ms. Young just stated, before the meeting began, trustees were counseled by the district's attorney about the legal ramifications of passing this resolution to lift the mask mandate a few days early. Trustee Bulkus and I very much regret to say that we think the district's exposure to significant liability is just too high. We sincerely apologize that we are pulling our resolution from the agenda tonight.
Okay, with the item being pulled, then there are no speakers on, there's no speakers. On the line.
Said number 9. I did you a favor and I only did 8, but I'll do 9. So you can just put me on 9. Me too. Yeah.
Okay, item 8 has been pulled. Okay, we will move on to item 9.
Are you moving up? I just remind the 9, please. You don't care.
So it would be the board's decision.
Yeah, they picked 8 or 9 for it. Doesn't matter. They said either one.
They were completely uninformed at the front as to how to choose.
And they said they were new to doing that.
Being that it's this a similar resolution, could we move agenda, the speaker cards from 8 to 9?
Can we hold on for a minute? When you guys stop talking, then we'll talk. Okay. Superintendent.
So the board could waive your own policy, because what happens and when an item opens, you can take no more blue cards. You could waive your own policy to say people who are speaking on 8 could move to 9, even though we just opened 9. But that would be at the board's purview to move those speaker cards to item 9.
I move the speaker cards from 8 to 9.
I second it.
Please, okay, this is our part of the meeting, okay? So we have a motion and a second to move all this, to waive our policy and move the speaker cards from 8 to 9?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hayes, could we have a roll call on that?
Can I ask combined how many speakers that would be?
On agenda item 8, we have 10.
10, okay.
And on agenda item 9, we have 23. And then we also have online speakers, which would be an addition, so it's 33. An additional 8 online. So
41 speakers.
total.
41 speakers.
Some of those may be duplicates if anybody signed up to speak on both 8 and 9, possibly. Okay, so the motion is, do we combine them and move all the speakers who want to speak on 8, speak on 9? Okay, Ms. Hayes, could you go over roll, please?
Student Advisor Padia.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bolus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNichols.
Aye. So now the question is, with potentially 41 speakers, how would you like to, like to limit the time? 2 minutes, 1 minute? What's the preference of the board?
I say we stick with what we've done in 2 minutes.
Okay, realizing that's another hour and 20 minutes. Okay.
Well, the kids have been messed for 2
Okay.
years.
Okay, we kind of know why you're here. So we'd like to hear you all speak. But please, if you are just repeating what the person before you said, say, I'm repeating what the person before me said with emphasis or however you want to say it. But we still have business to do besides these items. So please give us that courtesy. Is that okay with the board? We're going to go ahead. Ms. Hayes, I'll ask you to monitor this. I apologize for the last minute change, but we go with students first, then online, and then back to in person.
Thank you.
Do we need a minute to regroup?
I think I've got it. I'm gonna do students on 8 and then the students on 9.
Okay.
Then I'll do the online on 8, then the online on 9. Then I'll do the in-house on 8 and the in-house on 9 to stay consistent. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Here we go. Okay, we're gonna start with our first student, Matthew Goldbaum from San Juan Hills High School. Following Matthew, our second student on agenda item 8, Graham Taylor. Please both come forward.
I'm Matthew Goldbaum. Last night at President Biden's State of the Union address in Washington, D.C., almost everyone was spotted maskless. In his speech, President Biden said, quote, "Most Americans can remove their mask and stay in the classroom," close quote. I'm aware that there's a date on the calendar, but it seems arbitrary. Students like myself and like the first graders who haven't had a day of school in their whole life without masks, we cannot wait 2 more weeks. We've been waiting for 2 weeks for 2 years. This past week in my Gov class, we learned about trustees versus delegates. Delegates make decisions that are influenced by the people they represent, and trustees rule as they see fit. Although all of you are considered to be trustees, many of you are losing the people's trust. Act like delegates. Your positions on this board are not guaranteed, but each and every one of you has an opportunity tonight to impress all of us. Help us put our trust back into you, trustees. Thank you.
Graham Taylor, come forward.
Hi, I'm from Vista Del Mar School. I'm in 5th grade, about to be 6. And I just wanted to say, so I almost got kicked out of school for a day because I wasn't wearing my mask, and my friends, they got kicked out for a day. And there's this one girl in my class, she got kicked out also, and I want that to stop. And also, like Governor Newsom, he didn't have to wear his mask at the football game, and we do while he's making the mandates. And I just want that to stop. And thank you.
So I'd like to line up the next 5 speakers, and now we're moving to students on agenda item 9. Luca Harrison, Brooke Smith, Kellen Fogarty, Wyatt Gallagher, and Hosea Bills. Luca? Brooke Smith. They could be outside, so we'll skip around if we need to. Go ahead, Brooke.
My name is Brooke Smith, and I'm a senior at Dana Hills High School. I've only had one normal year of school, and the COVID policies are continuing to ruin my entire high school experience. I've had nothing to look back on except masks, unfair treatment, and harassment by school staff and students. The mask mandates need to end tonight. I've been denied an education for multiple days from teachers and staff at Dana Hills. I am tired of being a pawn in your political agenda. I have already filed a claim against the school, teachers, and staff, and I will gladly help any other student file a claim too. We are done. If you vote against this mask resolution, I'll be the first to sign the recall or vote against you when the time comes. And while you mention Ukraine as something more significant than our selfish requests, the significance of one issue does not repress another. Thank you.
My name is Wyatt Gallagher, and I am in second grade at Concordia. I have never had a normal school year. I miss seeing my friends' faces. The masks are hot. It is hard to breathe. Please unmask us today. Not in 2 weeks. Let us smile.
My name is Luca Harrison. I'm 9 years old and I'm in third grade at Wood Canyon Elementary School. I hate wearing masks because I can't breathe and I can't concentrate. I asked my teacher yesterday why I have to wait 2 weeks before I can take my mask off in class. She just shrugged her shoulders. I asked her today, what will be different in 2 weeks from now? And she just said she has to go with the school decisions. So I'm here to ask you, why not stop this today? Nothing changes in 2 weeks, but I can tell you what will be different if what will be different is that I will be able to breathe normal in class for the first time since first grade. And last time when me and a group of friends weren't wearing masks and we were away in the office, the principals called the cops on us, which is insane. Thank you.
Josiah, Concordia, first grade. Dear school, I don't want to wear mask. Mask anymore because it's hard to think and hard to breathe. The apps hurt my ears and the mask itches my face. It's uncomfortable. After recess, it makes my face feel really hot and have hot air. The mask make my lips super dry and cracks them. And mask now from Josiah.
Helen Fogarty, Lucy Sedgwick, and Christian Collins. Please go ahead and say your names so I make sure I'm on track. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kellen Fogarty. I'm a sophomore at Dana Hills High School. I haven't had a normal school year since 7th grade. This past week, I walked into my chemistry class without a mask and made it just past the bell before my teacher, Dolores Dang, realized I wasn't wearing one and stopped what she was doing and yelled at me at the top of her lungs to get out of the class. The science has proven that our age group is the least affected by COVID, yet we are still being forced to wear these masks. There's no point in waiting 2 weeks. We've been waiting for 2 years, and our education should not be conditional on whether or not we wear a piece of cloth over our face. I'm not only standing up for myself, but for the younger kids that don't have a voice. Elementary students are being muzzled every day and have no way out of it. They're being forced to wear the mask out of fear from our CUSD teachers. I've never gotten in any kind of trouble at school, but as of recently, I've been kicked out of school and been threatened to be put on behavioral contracts for refusing to wear a mask. And this is why I'm asking for you to drop this mandate starting tomorrow, March 3rd. I want to be able to exercise my rights to get my education and breathe freely. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Sedgwick, and I'm a junior at San Juan Hills High School. We have been fighting this fight for mask choice for a while now, being called by our fellow students, posted in our school newspaper, deliberate racists, disgusting, and disgraces to our country. We have also been threatened, told that they hope we would get COVID and even die. When taken to our administration, our vice principal said, quote, "It'll blow over." Waiting another 2 weeks to give students mask choice is futile. If it is safe enough to have mask choice in 2 weeks, it is most definitely safe enough to have it now. Please, please stop with this political symbolism of waiting until the 2-year mark of our liberty being taken away and give it back to us now. There is no reason that we should have to wait a whole nother 2 weeks when it's going to have the same effect then as it will today. We shouldn't be subject to 2 more weeks of this when our leaders and rule makers are already maskless. Please hear us and do what is best for us and not for your politics or your positions. Thank you.
Following, as Christian comes up, following Christian, we have Kason, Brianna Jones, Cashton, and Aiden. Go ahead, Christian.
Hello, I'm Christian Collins. I'm a freshman at Dana Hills High School, and I'm here today to ask for the mask to be optional as of tomorrow, March 3rd. My last full year of school was 6th grade. My generation has suffered and endured enough. Science continues to show us that all children and young adults are among the least affected by COVID in all variants. Yet we're the ones still having to wear a mask, a hot bacteria breeding oxygen depriving mask. I stand here today as a student who has only attended CUSD in all my years of school, and you've taught me to use critical thinking, common sense, and a bold character in making decisions. I've decided and I will stop wearing a mask from now on based on all the information I've seen and in the life in this pandemic I've experienced. I'm asking for your support in making masks optional in our schools. I want to breathe freely and see the smiles on my peers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kason and I'm 10 years old. I've been sitting outside of class all week because I refuse to wear my mask. I cannot breathe in my mask. I cannot hear my teacher with her mask. I have friends who are afraid to take their mask off. Wearing a mask makes me very sad. I should not have to sit outside so I can breathe. Why aren't you protecting us? Please don't let this happen to us again. I just want my old life back.
Brianna Jones.
Hi, I'm Brianna Jones. As a 10th grade student in your district, I am disappointed. As a student, I have learned to own up to my mistakes. There are over 20 districts in California who have given mask choice. Your hands are not tied. A few weeks ago, I refused to wear a mask. I was put outside and was denied my right for my free and public education. Then almost put on a behavior contract and not be able to do extracurriculars through school. Don't wait 2 weeks to take these masks off our face. Only 4 kids in California have died with COVID and had no underlying conditions. We aren't getting sick. I can't focus. I can't read my teacher's expressions. I break out. My younger sister gets headaches. And you think this is okay? Many classmates that I know of go to parties unmasked. How is this okay? After school, we go and do sports unmasked with over 30 kids. This is not okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cashton. I am 8 and I am a part of Wood Canyon Elementary. My dad is the PTA president. And on Monday, I got kicked out for not wearing a mask. This is wrong. And the CDC says we should not wear them. And it should be, the mask ends tonight.
Aiden Hollowbrook. Aiden.
I would like to say that I really do not like the mask. The reason is it's hard to breathe. It gives me headaches and I get dirt on my face. Why can't this end tonight and not, or tonight instead of next Friday?
So now following our procedure, we're going to go to the online speakers for 8. Katie Crockett. Katie, go
Good
ahead.
evening, trustees. So I'm a little confused, so I'm going to combine my comments for 8 and 9. Given the masking guidance, I can't believe you left this on the agenda for tonight. For what? 7 instructional days without required masks? This resolution is based on some nonsense. First, the reso says a particular slogan is obsolete. Your mask protects you and my mask protects me. That's not actually the slogan. What Trustee Davis means is my mask protects you and your mask protects me. And therein lies the problem with Lisa's entire line of thought. If my children just wearing masks would provide the same amount of protection for them as it does for everyone around them, that would be okay. My children are already vaccinated to protect both themselves and reduce the risk of them transmitting COVID to anyone else. However, their mask protects others more than it protects them. And that's always been the case. And unfortunately, I, for some reason, believe that the people who don't get the vaccines are the ones definitely not wearing masks either. Our liberties stop where they affect the health of others. Additionally, claiming that we have seen no positive outcomes related to mask wearing is based on what? Significantly, California educates roughly 12% of America's school children and represented only about 1% of cases among America's school children. That's remarkable compared to other states where masks were not required in schools. The resolution also says there's been no response on the part of the governor's office to any of the district's prior outreach related to mask wearing. Did you ever stop to think maybe that is a response? Especially if the communications to the governor's office have been as poorly thought out and researched as the recitals in this resolution. The resolution says that schools will post information about the CDPH's suggestion to wear masks. Last I checked, it's still strongly recommended, which I think most.
Our next speaker, we've got it. Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Palazzo Campbell. Michelle, go ahead.
Good evening. Our district opened responsibly, following CDPH guidance and following the mandates to get our students back on campuses, learning in person, and helping our students to recover from learning loss. We now have an end date in sight, March 14th, for masks to become optional. Our district needs to continue to follow CDPH guidance and mandates, as well as the guidance of Sarah Young, the district's legal counsel, given today in public, as well as in closed session. Following the guidance provides us with the liability protections to keep our schools open and our limited funds invested in our classrooms, not in fighting legal battles. This is 7 days till masks become optional. Let's continue to follow the guidance, honor the oaths taken by all of the credentialed staffs to uphold the Constitution and the laws of California, and honor the oaths taken by every single trustee on that dais to follow the Constitution and laws of California. Follow your oath. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle McNutt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Let's go ahead.
Great.
I want to express my gratitude to CUSD for keeping our schools open and keeping our children safe since the beginning of this pandemic. As we near the end of California's mask mandate for schools, I'm asking the board to continue to follow public health guidance until the mandate actually expires. We are so close, and after 2 years in, we are now only days away. It doesn't make sense to suddenly decide that we simply cannot wait another 7 school days. Following public health policy is something this district has done in the past, and I hope will continue to do in the future. There is nothing to be gained at this point by deciding we are simply over it. And I know there are a lot of angry voices in the room, but there are also families like mine and caregivers who fully expect that you will follow through until the mandate is over. If you pass this resolution, what message are you sending to those families? How do parents explain to their children that their school district just decided it was okay to break the rules? Are we a district that now just gets to pick and choose which mandates we follow and which ones we don't? Does that mean my children get to pick and choose their rules at school, define their teachers, as we've seen students doing with masks? Will you now accommodate all students who choose to be disruptive and break the rules? And how will you respond to parents moving forward who will have so little confidence and trust in you when it comes to the welfare of our kids? Why did we do any of this if we aren't willing to see it through? If you believe in public health and safety, and that guidelines are put in place to keep our community safe now and in the future, and if you have any integrity, please vote no on this terrible resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie Nelson. Natalie, go ahead. Natalie, just unmute your mic.
Hi, guys. All right, you guys have been inundated with students expressing their very real needs, yet thus far they've been ignored and mistreated on your campuses. It's shameful how it's not recognized how much these children have done to protect others in this pandemic, yet no grace has been allowed when they have finally gotten the nerve to say no more. A friend of mine who just moved here told me that her 3rd grade son has been yelled at about masks to the point where he's terrified to go to class. He's told his mother he feels unloved and shouldn't even be alive. This is unacceptable. Until now, these good kids have carried the immense weight dutifully. But now we have every resource that allows people to adequately protect themselves. There's no reason that children need to be told it's their job to keep you safe. We have PPE, N95s, vaccines, antiviral meds, etc. That removes the burden of COVID from our children's backs and places it squarely on the individual. March 14th is not soon enough for these kids. I beg you to remove this burden from them tonight. Thank you.
Dana. Dana. Okay, Dana's not with us, so we'll move on to, that was our online for 8. We'll move on to our online for 9. Thank you for keeping me on track. Greg Young.
Hi, did I make it? Come out, okay. President McNicholas, Superintendent Vital Brulte, and trustees, I would ask tonight that you not approve this resolution. While I'm personally pleased to see that the mask mandate is coming to an end next week, I have an issue with the breakdown of classroom management as an unintended consequence of this resolution. Any classroom teacher will tell you that a positive classroom management environment makes learning accessible to all. Students cannot learn and teachers cannot teach if there are conflicting management and discipline policies within the room. And while I appreciate the reasons for the resolution, I want to approach this from a purely classroom management perspective. Without clarity, classroom management falls apart and it makes instruction and learning incredibly difficult. Teachers will be placed in the role of arbiter of this policy and will needlessly add to an already contentious issue, an issue that's going to be resolved on March 11th. But these long-lasting effects and confusing classroom management policies will unfortunately endure. Thank you.
Nice speaker. Now we'll go to our in-house speakers. I'm going to call the first 5 names for item 8. Meredith Hayes, Katie Vanderveen, Lori M., Laura Zook, Ashley Larson. And I believe everybody only filled out one card. If you filled out a card for 8 and 9, I believe my direction was to have you only speak one time. So I think I've got it together. So go on ahead and come forward. Meredith, followed by Katie.
So what are the ramifications of the lies that our kids have been told for the last 2 years? The objective truth has always been from the beginning that kids aren't at high risk for COVID and they didn't need masks to protect themselves. But now kids know that when it comes to school and COVID, the truth doesn't matter. Even when the lie hurts them, the truth is negligible and can just be tossed out at the convenience of the adults around them. As parents, we all wonder how will this affect them as they go into the world making bigger decisions with bigger consequences. This example was set for them in school that by instilling fear in people, by virtue signaling, and by being codependent, you can use a lie to your advantage, even one that makes others suffer. And you can do it for years. Awesome. I've been told again and again that you as a board are powerless and your hands are tied, blah, blah, blah. I had you been all together as a group, or even just a majority, been looking out for the true, best, and diverse needs for all the kids you were elected to serve. You could have resolved this so long ago. You've had this power to help the kids who simply wanted to get themselves out from under the depression, the learning loss, the anxiety, and so on. But except for a few of you just couldn't rally. And it wouldn't undo the pain and confusion, all the damage that's been done over the last 2 years to toss the mask enforcement and stop having the teachers be the mask police tomorrow. But it would gain some confidence back in the ones who did not want to stand behind our kids, who just wanted the choice, who wanted the freedoms that they've been denied for 2 years. We weren't asking for anything that would take away anyone else's freedoms. We just wanted the consideration. And also, I don't see how prolonging unnecessary suffering in kids in America would benefit anyone else suffering anywhere else. That is absolutely not acceptable to say that it's selfish for us to want our kids to thrive and to have what they're owed because something terrible is happening on the other side of the world. Something terrible is always happening. That doesn't make it right to prolong this for them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Van. I'm too close still?
You're just right.
Okay. My name is Katie Vanderveen. I have children here in this district. I am here to ask for mask choice beginning tomorrow, March 3. Our children represent the lowest risk population, not even close to 1% risk, yet they are the last age group to remain masked, without one single randomized controlled trial to even prove that masks are effective in school stopping spread. They do not stop the spread. We know this. These kids have been masked for 2 years, despite studies and evidence of harm physically and mentally. Speech delays, failing academic achievement, fear, anxiety, depression, loss of social development and learning are just a few of the negative effects our children will be dealing with for years as a result of masking and school closures. We have the CDC guidance now. Even the WHO has been advising against child masking for months, and Europe never mandated masks for children. The CDPH has not provided any reason why kids need to wait 2 more weeks. It makes no sense at all. You can stand up for children. They are still masked because they are the population with the least amount of political power. Share some of yours with them and unmask them tomorrow.
Hello, my name is Laura. So it's pretty straightforward. Some of your Capo Unified students have legitimate health reasons for taking off the mask, and they're harmful to them. And then some believe that masks protect their health. So then the obvious solution is to provide a choice for both. This is really not complex. We've made 2 years of complexity with this data and that data. By now, we know our own data and our own choice. We need to respect people's individual medical choices at this stage. It's time to go mask optional for so many reasons, but more urgently, many children are being harmed by masks and also the punishment of wearing them or not wearing them, and also are shockingly denied a proper medical release with their submissions from healthcare providers of valid mask exemptions.
There's a significant percentage of students that qualify for valid mask exemptions as outlined by the CDPH due to their medical and/or mental health condition or disability. And yet this school district has enforced an impossible pathway to gain a student mask exemption in public schools. This is not happening in the private schools or the charter schools. Why is this happening in the public schools? The path to a mask exemption is chaotic and obstructive on purpose for public school parents and students. How many students actually have a mask exemption? I would guess less than 1%. And it should be much, much greater if you align with the real statistics of children with medical conditions outlined by the CDPH that qualify for exemptions. It's clear that there is no intention of granting student mask exemptions for children that need oxygen the most. Even with a nearly impossible to get letter from a healthcare provider, as outlined by the CDPH exemptions, they're being denied or blocked.
Next up, we have Lori M.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lori McClaskey. I'm a parent at San Juan Hills, and I'm also an attorney. I am here just to remind you again about the liability that you guys are exposing your school district to by continuing to have masks. And to begin with, the physical injuries. We know that there have been students in different campuses, maybe not at CUSD, but they've been in California who have passed out due to wearing a mask. We know that there are injuries. We saw a little girl last time that we were here that had a rash on her face. We know that there's also the doctrine in torts liability of the eggshell plaintiff. You take a plaintiff as they are. So if you have someone that is particularly fragile and they're injured, you're liable for the whole thing. So it doesn't matter that they have a sensitivity. The liability will be not, full liability. So that's definitely something to consider. And in addition, we have harassment claims that there's significant harassment claims. I know of many at our school. I've heard of other parents and students who have had their children be harassed. We heard it tonight. So we know that their harassment claims, people are going to be filing claims they already have. That's going to continue. It's going to get worse. And also we know that the law guarantees them a education free of discrimination and harassment. And we know that that's going on. The principals know it. Lastly, we have declining enrollment. I know many families who are not going to be enrolling next year. And we know that stakeholders care about that. So that is something that can be used, in your negotiations, that the declining enrollment. I would love to hear about your survey results. And lastly, I would definitely concur with talking to your attorney again, because I cannot believe that any credible attorney would continue to advise having masks instead of ending it tonight. Thank you.
Move on to Ashley Larson. Following Ashley, we have Jennifer Loya. After Jennifer, Elena, and Michelle Brooks. Go ahead, Ashley.
Hi, my name is Ashley Larson. I have 4 children enrolled in the district, 1 at San Juan Hills, Marco Forster, and 2 at Ambule. I think this is a really important night, and you're going to be presented with this resolution, and it will really help to show us that you've been listening to us. I can't help but wonder if some of you were sitting in your offices on Monday when Governor Newsom spoke and thought to yourselves, phew, now I don't have to stick my neck out and make a decision because the state did it for me. It's been mentioned a few times, what 7 more days? The problem is that's not true. San Diego Unified, LA Unified, they're still doing the masks. So what's to say after March 14th, you guys decide on March 30th, never mind, we're putting it back on. This resolution is what stops it. That's why it needs to be passed tonight. It's also been mentioned, why are we having to wait 2 weeks? Is it to give teachers unions time to negotiate? Is it because SB 871 is currently being reviewed in the Senate Health Committee as we speak? The science is the same last week. It's the same today. The date is arbitrary. It's nonsensical. We know it. You know it. So what does passing this resolution do? It shows tens of thousands of concerned parents in Capo Unified that you're listening, that you're willing to go the extra mile and make a decision for us, that you're not going to sit back and hide under the state's umbrella and instead say, we don't care about your arbitrary nonsense dates. We're going to support our students and parents, and we're going to do it now.
Jennifer Loya.
Good evening. I'm here in support of the resolution, of course. Basically, because our state is not following the science. On February 22nd, a panel of experts in PPE wrote to the CDC, FDA, Fauci, and the president. And I'm going to read you part of their statement. The CDC has built a series of recommendations for masking that are inconsistent with the technical and medical literature. The policy and procedural recommendations exaggerate the benefits while ignoring the limitations, harms, and especially for children and the general population. In addition, the CDC has taken policy position of it might work and it can't hurt, and use selective weak observational data in place of actual controlled scientific study to justify inappropriate recommendations for masks and face coverings. They go on to say, moreover, it's clear that respirators are not intended for use with children. In our profession, if PPE and respiratory protection guidance was to ever be delivered without risk identification, fit testing, training, we'd be liable for putting personnel at high risk scenario, which is what the CDC is doing with their policy. They finish, in addition, it is clear that CDC knows or should know the gaps between face masks are major problems for real mask effectiveness and could never have met our industry requirement of 90% relative risk reduction. In other words, the masks don't work. They never worked. And in fact, Roseville, after they dropped their mask mandate on the 15th, their case count went down 73%. Wow. That's a huge reduction. A lot of parents are, well, it's just 2 more weeks. Well, for kids like mine who have IEPs, that have autism, that have speech delay, that have ADD, that's a long time. They've been waiting a long time. They've been crying a long time. They've been suffering and having headaches. Their ADD has gotten worse. The speech delay has gotten worse. So please.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elena. We have Michelle Brooks. Following Michelle Brooks, we have Julie Little and then Edward Gaya. Elena, go ahead.
Good evening. And first off, I want to start off with my kids are worth more than just the 2 minutes here. Everybody's kids are worth more than the 2 minutes here. So even though some of the things that I'm going to say tonight are a repeat of what others have stated, I'm going to continue with what I do have to say. You are getting the wrong legal advice. The district needs to get a second legal opinion. Hello? Is it okay? The district needs to get a second legal opinion. You are allowing the puppeteer to pull your strings. He has you doing his dirty work. You are directing and allowing our children to be abused. You will be held accountable. The latest mask update clearly leaves the local entities to declare mask choice. I ask that you make the most humane choice and allow our children mask choice. While you talk about the upcoming in-person celebrations within this district, I guarantee that no one will show up with a mask on while our kids are stuck wearing a mask in class. They're just useless material in their beautiful faces. This is hypocrisy at its finest. You represent the district, which is paid by tax dollars. You are to be educators, not child abusers or mask enforcers. Let the teachers do their job. Let them teach. Let them know that they are not to enforce masks, belittle those who don't want to wear masks, threaten those same kids or throw them out of the classroom. It breaks my heart watching all these videos of small children being locked out of the classrooms, wanting to go back in to learn. I don't understand how you cannot vote with us parents after all of this time. This is our hill, and we will never forget how our children were treated. The high cases of depression, anxiety, bullying by district personnel is causing and creating feelings of dehumanization in the next generation. Stand united with us. I pray that God moves your soul to protect those who are the most vulnerable, our children and their futures. Thank you.
Michelle Brooks.
Good evening, trustees. I have so many things to say. I'm just going to talk until the timer dings.
Ms. McNicholas, I can't not respond to what you said earlier. And I think it's safe to assume that you don't have a child with an IEP or a sensory issue or a speech impediment to where these masks are absolutely harming our children every single day. And to us, that is the most important thing in the world, raising our healthy children. You have no idea what I do outside of here with those people in Ukraine. I haven't seen anybody up here on the board take a stand to assist the people in Ukraine. And you're going to tell me my child is a petty issue? It's so offensive. My child wants to homeschool now, and I put that on you because of the damage that is happening. It's not our principal's fault. It's not our teacher's fault. It is your fault if you don't go along with this and end it now. If masks are safe to end in 12 days, not 9, 12 days, the 14th, they are safe to end now. You guys have had 2 years to figure out what to do for those concerned for their health, for our teachers concerned for our health, to work it out with the CTA, whatever the teachers union is called. Figure it out. You've had 2 years. It doesn't require 12 extra days. It is okay to end it now. I personally called Rancho Santa Fe. I personally called the Rescue Unified District in Northern California, of all places. Both of them have officially lifted their mask mandates. I sent all of you the exact verbiage that they used to get around it. I would hope that you would have your attorneys follow the same exact requirements that their attorneys are following, and I don't understand how they are able to do it. That is confirmed by me. I'm not somebody who posts on social media without fact checking. I fact check it. I send it to every single one of you. I have not heard from you at all, Ms. McNicholas. I have not heard from you at all, Ms. Vitale. I am very worked up and passionate tonight, and how dare you say that it is trivial what my kids are going through. Last thing, San Clemente will be passing a resolution on March 15th if you guys don't, and we will be doing our own thing. That comes.
Please come forward. Katie Hoffman, following Katie, Amber Smith, following Amber, Heather. Go ahead, Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Little. I'm actually here speaking on behalf of my friend, Melissa Bukowski. The other day, Austin, her son, an 8th grader at DJAMS, decided to go to school without his mask in support of mask choice. Respectfully and peacefully, he protested. Within minutes of being in his classroom, he was sent to the principal's office. Once sent to the office, he pulled out his Chromebook and homework to study. Principal Amy Vericchio quickly approached him and told him he had to put the Chromebook away and a science book away. He's not allowed to do any homework. Then Vice Principal Ryan Ortiz told him if he decided not to put his mask on to go back to class, he would 1, be marked absent, 2, would get zeros for all of his missed work for the day, 3, teachers would have the option whether they wanted to let him make it up or not, and 4, his grades will go down. Mind you, Austin is a straight A student, very, very respectful in everything that he does. Trying to manipulate and bully him to put a mask on through fear and tactics. This is a disturbing abuse of power on a respectful child, especially considering it is coming from educational administrators. So that's just completely unacceptable. I was also going to speak for myself on the other man, or the number 9. Like everyone else has said, enough's enough. It's time tonight to remove the masks. We have been here, all of us, in support. A few people have shown up online to say, leave them on for 12 more days. That's not going to cut it. It ends tonight. Remove this, let our children breathe, and give them their freedoms back. We have to see their faces. There's way more than breathing. It's their mental health, suicide rates, all of that stuff. You guys know this. Do the right thing, please.
Thank you, Julie. Edward, up next we have Edward. Edward, following Edward, Katie Hoffman and Amber Smith. Heather. Please state your name so I make sure I'm on track. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Heather Puhek. I have 3 kids in the district. I have a senior who's graduating and getting ready to go off to college, and I have a freshman, and they're both at San Clemente. And then I have a 4th grader at Truman Benedict. It struck me tonight as we were saying the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all, not for some, but for all. Liberty is freedom, and our kids are not free. They are not free. 2 weeks may not seem that long for people, and that they say the date's coming. I think I speak for most of us when we don't have a lot of confidence that that's going to stick. I think a lot of us are very wary, and our trust has been broken that we feel like something's going to come up in the next 2 weeks. But even if it didn't, even if in 2 weeks it's lifted, 2 weeks out of 3 months for my daughter who's almost done with school, that's huge. 2 weeks out of 3 months for my son that has ADD and struggles, at school and to pay attention is huge. 2 weeks for all of my kids who now suffer with one degree or another of anxiety and depression and don't want to go to school is huge. I know that maybe sitting up there, it feels kind of scary, probably feels very scary to go against a lawyer's recommendation. I can imagine, I can feel some compassion for that for sure. I have confidence that all of us would support you if there were end up to be legal ramifications. We would all have your back. We would be rooting for you. We would be supporting you because you did the right thing for our children. 2 weeks is a long time. 2 years is unacceptable. And as a mom, I am up here advocating for my kids, which is my job, regardless. I am heartbroken over what's happening across the world. Our world is a mess. But my job is still to put my kids' health and well-being at the forefront of how I behave and what I prioritize. And that is why I'm here.
State your name. Go ahead.
Amber Smith. The CDPH didn't give you any data for unmasking the kids in 2 weeks. I'm going to give you the data for unmasking them tomorrow. Based on the Orange County Healthcare Agency, and I'm reading this live, February 20th through February 26th, through all of the schools in Orange County, 0 cases. Staff, teachers, and students. The week before, 6. Before that, 41. Before that, 324. Masks were working. 259, 267, 920. And I'm going to end with 4,006. Wow, those masks work really good. It's a good thing we are following the science. I had a speech written, but after that, I want to tell you my experience with what my child has went through this week. She did a protest at Dana High with about 30 or 40 other students. Those students were very respectful to everybody that went by, even those that were wearing masks. The ones that were wearing masks were cussing them out, flipping them off. We even had a student in a truck drive by with another kid in the back, spraying them with a water gun, throwing balloons, ran up on the curb and almost hit 3 students, one of which was my child. I have reported that to the police. I have talked to the principal multiple times. I'm sure he hates seeing my emails multiple times a day, and I don't care. They have started memes about these kids, calling them homophobic because they want to take their masks off. This is something that the government has caused, the divisiveness, because nobody's following the science. Everybody's lying. The masks don't work and they need to be removed and they need to never be able to come back on.
Just for an update, we have moved on to the in-house speakers on 9. I'm just rolling into that list. So we'll go, I have Edward, Katie Hoffman, Eva Harrison, Emily White, and Casey Krantz.
My name is Katie Hoffman. I have 3 kids in the district. No one at the school, district, county, or state level seems to be taking responsibility for the decisions that have been made on behalf of our children. Everyone is passing the blame, while we remain one of the only states left in this country still living in uncertainty.
The president of the Orange County Board of Education emailed my sister, who lives in this district, and said that she believes the district can override Dr. Chow. We've also seen masks made optional in California by several other districts, regardless of what the state or local health departments are saying. So I stand before you today, you who represent every parent and most importantly, every child in this district, and ask, what are we waiting for? We need a decision tonight for our district that is not dependent on any other governing body or fear-mongering legal counsel. Let us be clear, the mask choice option starting on March 14th does not come from you. It comes from CDPH, and it feels a little bit as though you've been saved by the bell on this one. But what happens, as has been stated, when CDPH changes their minds? This is why we need to be leaders tonight and pass this resolution. You trustees made it possible for our children to return to in-person learning way ahead of so many other districts. Your website states that you have an unwavering commitment to student success, yet you have wavered in listening to the students and parents who have pleaded with you for a choice. This is what we want. Please stop wavering in your commitment to us. Thank you.
Harrison, Eva Harrison, Emily White, Casey Krantz.
Tell your attorney I'm not wearing my mask.
My name is Ava Harrison. I have 2 kids at Wood Canyon Elementary School, and I've been coming here since October. A smart man said today, we've got to stop with this COVID theater, and boy, is he right. I'm sick of our kids being puppets in this COVID theater puppet show. I've been keeping my kids home unexcused since the last bogus 2 more weeks announcement, and will continue to do so until you decide to start mask choice. This is it. This is it tonight. Tonight's the night where you turn your, we hear you and we see you, that you like to say every board meeting, into actual actions. Tonight's the night you are going to do the right thing and vote with Lisa Davis. This is it. We see you too. We do know your names. We will remember if you stay quiet again or if you vote for mass choice. There's only one thing to do tonight. Do it. Thank you.
Emily White, Casey Krantz, Shannon Kurtz, and Monica Matson.
Good evening. My name is Casey Kranz, and I have a 9-year-old in the district and hopefully a 5-year-old that I will attend in the district next year. Thank you, Trustee Davis, for the time and effort you've given to create a resolution for mask choice. The mask mandates need to end now, not weeks from now. I'm done letting the government and school districts decide if, when, or how my family and I breathe. Our kids are suffering and damage has been done. It's time to do the right thing. It's time to let them breathe and live freely the way God intended. Please support mass choice and end the mandates tonight. Thank you.
Emily White, Shannon Kurtz, Monica Matson.
I accidentally got up during the last one. It was the wrong Emily. I'm Emily White, but it's.
Okay, thank you, Emily, for letting me know that. Shannon Kurtz, Monica Matson, Janine Pert.
Hi, my name is Monica Matson, and I want to speak to a friend who has her daughter in private school, never worn a mask. She's like, oh, well, isn't it ending? Why are you going to this meeting tonight? And I told her, I'm like, we've got this governor who refuses to get rid of the state of emergency while hosting Super Bowl in our state with 80,000 people in a stadium. Why does he not want to get rid of the state of emergency? He wants to keep the power. He unleashed the SMART plan, and the SMART plan basically says that he can bring back this mandate at any time. So I told my daughter, when this is over, we are burning the masks. I told my son who's in high school the same exact thing. The masks are being burned. But what's going to happen, the only way that happens for sure is if you guys pass this resolution tonight, because if he decides that there's variant XYZ, it's all going to come back again. And then we are back in the same situation. And my kids will not be putting these masks back on their face. You guys as trustees, there was a smart student that earlier that said delegate versus trustee. Well, you each represent a district. You have heard all the people speaking, and it's overwhelming. Get rid of these mask mandates, vote on this resolution that Lisa is proposing. We need this to end, and we need to know that it's not going to come back. The speaker that dissented, one of three speakers that dissented, said that there would be classroom disruption. Classroom disruptions are happening. Kids are suffering. Kids are being made fun of. The dissension is already in there and our children are dealing with it. My 7-year-old was protesting on the playground today, chanting no more masks with her friends. I mean, our little kids should not be doing this. They should be getting an education, not be worrying about masks and no masks. Is Lisa the only one that can stand up for our kids? You're not tied.
Our next speaker, Janine Hurt. Following Janine, we have Janine Pert, Miranda Bills, Anna, and Dana Collins.
Good evening. My name is Janine Peart, and I have 4 children in the school district. In January, our governor showed us that he doesn't believe it's necessary to wear a mask. His moment of honesty, caught on film, sparked protests and non-compliance across the state. In response, El Dorado Union High School District, Roseville City School District, Clovis Unified School District, and 30 other California school districts voted to give their students mask choice. One of these brave districts explained that they changed their protocols to ensure that education is the top priority for our students. No further actions of exclusion from the classroom or school-related activities will be taken. Our priority is student learning. That should be your priority too. Stop removing children from the classroom. Please explain to me why Clovis USD, with 44,000 students, can stop enforcing masks and you can't. Don't wait 2 weeks to show your students that you care about their education. Stand up for them tonight by voting with Trustee Davis. Thank you.
Miranda Bills.
Hello, my name is Shannon Kurtz. First, I'd like to address the fact that the mask mandate is not a law. Our families are in a constant state of battling through this psychological warfare. What you see here today is how families are living and operating daily. We mourn the parents we once were, and we are sending our children who live through our daily mental crises to our schools only to be harassed by some teachers that have been used to police them. My freshman son's class participation grade was dropped 20 out of 50 points because of his mask dropping below his nose in a school with 5 confirmed cases out of 2,394 students enrolled on campus. In this same school, kids have been suspended for taking off their masks, something that will affect their college or military admittances and extracurricular activities for the year, when you're allowing cloth masks in a classroom that have the same efficacy as wearing nothing at all. We all have COVID fatigue. I'm begging you to end it all today and remember that there will be a mass exodus from Capo USD if there is a vaccine mandate. We are done.
Anna, go ahead.
Yes. Hello, my name is Anna Scaife. I've been here many times before, especially last year when your district piloted the cultural proficiency program at our school and completely damaged my family. I'm here again to speak on the behalf of my children, Landon and Lucy. And I urge you to pass this resolution. My daughter is 7 and she's in first grade and she's never seen her teacher smile. She has a speech delay and an IEP, and her speech has been declining. Every time we ask her to repeat herself, she says, "This is what my teacher says." Speech therapy at school doesn't work. She has to wear a mask. She has to wear a shield. The teacher wears a mask. The teacher wears a shield. It's ridiculous. It was so useless. We had to pull her and put her in private speech. My son Landon, my baby, he was diagnosed in September with mild epilepsy induced through anxiety and stress. In early February, he was considered seizure-free, only to have 4 seizures in 1 hour leaving school. When asked through our neurologist in the hospital, they said it was because he was having brain glitches. His brain is looking for oxygen and he cannot move. But no pediatrician or neurologist or hospital will write us an exemption. My husband and I, we discuss it weekly if we are doing our children a disservice by leaving them in public school. We trust our school to watch over them, and we're constantly disappointed. I am here because 60 other children at our school stood together and protested on Monday. They wrote letters to you asking to let them have their masks off now, not tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, but here.
Thank you. I'll take. Go ahead and state. your
Hi,
name.
my name is Miranda Bills. This has gone on long enough. For 2 years, our kids have been the lowest group affected by COVID, yet they have had the strictest enforcement of masks. There is absolutely no reason for kids to have their smiles covered for 2 more seconds, let alone 2 more weeks. My child is in first grade. He spoke earlier. He is falling behind in below grade level in reading phonics because he has never had a day of school without masks. It is vital for kids to see the face of their teacher to help them learn, especially when learning to read. I also have a preschooler in the district, and she comes home almost every single day with her mask full of spit. Tell me, do masks full of spit help? No, they do not. So prove to us that you work for the parents and do what the parents and the students are asking you. Allow for mask choice to take effect now. Thank you.
Dana Collins.
Yes, Dana Collins. Hi, first I want to start by thanking Judy and Lisa. I know you guys have been really pulling for us this whole time, and it's not an easy fight, and I do appreciate all you guys have been doing. I also wanted to share with you guys the CDC just lowered their standards for children. Instead of learning 50 words by 24 months, it's raised to 30. Only one thing's changed since then. I don't know if you guys remember back in the early 2000s, late 90s, there was a huge thing in Romania where they didn't give these orphans any love, attention. They didn't read any human cues. Well, a lot of Americans went over and adopted the kids, and they gave them homes. And I happened to work in a speech therapy center back then. What that did to children, it completely damaged them. Some kids couldn't interact with people. They didn't know how to love. They couldn't walk. It was horrifying. The same thing's going on in our schools right now because the kids cannot read their teachers' facial cues. It's like putting a wall up. I've had a daughter who thought teachers were mad at her because she didn't know. She couldn't see if they were smiling or not. My daughter's also come home with headaches, face rashes. My children went to school last week without a mask, and they're in 2nd and 4th grade. They were forced to sit outside when it was 50 degrees outside until I came and got them. They're traumatized to go back to school. The principal lied, said she would get arrested by the sheriff's department, which is not true at all. Don Barnes said he would not enforce anything like that. So I don't appreciate the schools lying about that, and she knows it's not true. And she hasn't been back to school since, and it's unfortunate. She misses her teachers, she misses her friends. This needs to stop today. There's no science. CDC said cloth masks do not work. We're supposed to be a village here. You guys need to please
build up our kids, nurture them. That's what you're here to do.
Thank you, Dana. Next up, we have Gina Young, Teresa, and Chris Jones, and Krista Jones. Gina Young.
Gina Young, virologist measure COVID-19 to be 80 to 140 millimeter in size. Nothing is scientific in mask mandate. Our constitution has been violated. Our civil right has been violated. Our children who does not want to wear masks, they have been discriminated against. This is very serious, a civil violation. Our civil right has been violated. I want to ask all of you educator that when you decide to be a teachers and principal and educator, you wanted to defend and protect our children and our children's best interest, or just follow the corrupted government official. Our constitution say if law has conflict with the constitution supersede. Mandate is not a law. Mandate is illegal. This thing needs to end. If this is not a child abuse, what will be the child abuse? I called the police on Lateran Middle School principal report child abuse, and police refused to file a police report at first, but at last they did it. I want all of you to do the right things for our children. If we don't fight for our children, who will fight for our children? And this mask mandate needs to end now. We don't need to wait another 12 days. And this mask mandate and vaccine mandate is not about our health, not about our children's health. It's not their best interest. It's all about control, and it's all the other intentions. Do your research and connect all the dots and draw your own conclusions. It's time to end mandate, time to end the vaccine mandate and mask mandate now.
Teresa Risch.
Hi, my name is Teresa Risch, and I have 2 kids in the district right now. I first want to thank those of you that have been fighting for our children. For the rest of you, it's not too late. You will not hear, "I told you so." You will hear, "Welcome" from all of us. This resolution is extremely important. Teachers have flipped the script on bullying. Not only are our children getting it from their classmates, but now they have to worry about getting bullied from our teachers. Section 51 of our California Civil Code states all persons are free and equal. That includes medically. We need to protect our children from future enforcement. So when Newsom's SMART plan and seasonal masking is in place, we don't repeat history. I don't need to go into how detrimental this has been to our kids' mental health. It will be for years to come. We know it has been significantly more detrimental than COVID itself. Please do the right thing and vote yes on this resolution.
Jones, Krista Jones, and Jane Lee, and Janice Lee Holbrook, Carrie Hess, and Edward too. Go ahead. Thank you, Chris. Wait.
Oh, as parents, I'm sure you guys can all agree. We are freaking tired. Tired. I can't answer questions that my kids ask me every day. We are not going away. Whatever happens today doesn't change the way we feel about this board. This district has stepped over our children for dollars for too long. You can throw the gavel, you can hide behind those walls, but there is something that you cannot change, and that is that those seats will be up for vote. You may think that we are the minority. We are not. We are the leaders of the pack. Do the right thing tonight.
I'm Krista Jones.
I'm a teacher in the district, and I have to say I'm so dang proud of all these parents that are standing up for their kids, because I have had it as a teacher. Get in the trenches. Have you come to the schools? Have you seen us teaching with masks on? Have you seen me trying to hear my first graders? I don't know who's reading. I can't tell. I can't see their lips moving. They can't see my lips moving. I'm trying to teach them how to write words. I'm trying to teach them how to read. Try to get in the trenches. I haven't seen you guys out there looking at the classrooms and seeing how we have to deal with it every day. Just yesterday and today, I had a student who had a rock in his mouth one day, yesterday. I couldn't see they had a rock in his mouth because he's wearing a mask on his face. Just today, he had half of a pencil in his mouth, almost choking because he had a mask on and could hide that. Kids are hiding behind their masks, hiding, and I am done as a teacher. And my own two children have been humiliated at school because they are standing up for their right, that they don't want to wear a mask anymore. They're good girls. They don't get into trouble. They are embarrassed because of the way the school has treated them, let them sit out away from everybody, doesn't let them to go to lunch with their friends, doesn't let them go to breaks with their friends because they chose not to wear a mask and have to be outside, marking them zeros. My daughters are diligently working on their Chromebooks, still giving them zeros because they are doing their work, because they are being denied an in-person education. I am mad and I am done. I am embarrassed to be a teacher in this district who continues to mask kids when over 20 districts in California are not masked. There is a way around it. Let's get around it and move on. Vote no on masks tonight. There is going to be division. There's already division in our schools. My daughters were divided while they sat out to say no to masks. When we teach our own two daughters to stand up for what they believe in. I am not backing down. This is not the end.
Jane, the final speakers are Jane Lee, Janice Lee Holbrook, and Carrie Hess.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jane Lee. I have been a resident of California, or actually Orange County, for over 40 years. My younger brother is an Air Force veteran. My nephew is named after a fallen soldier. I'm not gonna repeat what all these other parents, I mean, we're obviously all here to fight for our children. I just wanted to acknowledge that this whole anti-American, anti-constitutional mandates really gave birth to these our young freedom fighters. And it's just been so incredible to just watch them like protest in front of their schools, the courage and the bravery and the unity and the beautiful smiles when I stopped by or drove by Dana Hills on Monday when I went to Ladera Ranch Middle School, and these students, the most beautiful smiles. This is that's what American history was based on, this kind of love for one another and to fight and stand their ground against tyranny and corruption and all things that are wrong. They are the ones that are actually teaching their teachers and principals what the Constitution is all about, what America was built on. This battle for our freedom has already been won, but here we are, and there they are fighting on the front lines, and they're the ones that, like, our fallen soldiers have pretty much given them the freedom baton, and they're doing it with such spirit. And they should be getting like the medals of honor for them honoring our fallen soldiers and for the respect for our Constitution and for them to know their constitutional rights, and they're teaching it to our principal and to the teachers. They're on the right side of history. The people who are on the wrong side of history, may God have mercy on your souls, because God's wrath is way scarier than any man-made punishment. So that's all I want to say.
Janice Lee Holbrook.
Hello, my name is Janice Lee Holbrook. So a lot of what everyone has said, I agree with, but I just have to add, there was a woman that was on the call-in, and she said, you know, we're teaching children not to follow rules. Well, you know what? Thank God there's people that don't always follow the rules, because I wouldn't be here with the rights that I have today. if everyone in society followed the rules. You know what I'm saying? When things are wrong and our humanity is being violated and how we're being treated, and like people should speak up in society. It's our job, it's our duty to do that. You know, it's not always about laws and things like, excuse me, I mean, it is about laws, but also as a civilization of people, socially, if things are not right, we need to speak up. The children need to see our faces when we speak to them. They need to be able to read us, you know, this isn't right that this is happening. And also, like, the masks that people are wearing are cloth masks, and they're not even the N94 masks. So what sense does that make? I mean, what sense does that make at all? Because they're not being protected anyways. And I feel like there's a lot of, like, we all have egos, right? We're holding on to these schisms and isms, and it has to be this way until this date. It's like, let's just end it. I mean, what's the difference between today and then? You know, the vaccine is here. People that have gotten it have you know, gotten that, and that's their decision. But what is, I mean, nothing's going to change from today versus next Friday. That's all I have to say.
Mary Hess. Mary Hess.
Hi there. We are well past the timeline for the mask to be removed from our children's faces. The school district can solely make the change, as you have seen with the over 20 school districts and individual high schools as well, who've adopted the policy to not enforce masking. At this point in time, the mask's negative effect on our school children, all ages, 3 to 18 years old, far outweighs the positive effect the masks are supposed to have. It's been proven that the masks don't prevent any virus particle from entering or exiting the material, be it cloth or polypropylene. This is the only purpose they were meant to facilitate, to prevent virus transmission, and they don't work. Therefore, the masks need to be off our little ones' faces, as the negative far outweighs the positive. The main negative effect is dirty, dirty, dirty. Hannah check. I explained that during the summer, and you mocked what I had said. They were dirty then, and they're dirty now. A clean mask on a child becomes ridden with saliva, dirt, and debris within an hour tops, within a few minutes. This makes a breeding ground for microbes to multiply. Our human race has taught our kids to keep things out of their mouths, keep their hands away from their face, and the masks invite more germs. Then there's the countless psychological negative effects: undue stress, fear, insecurity, depression, punishment, huge lack of daily shared empathy due to covered faces, developmental delays, and the list goes on. So we need you to vote yes on not enforcing the mask mandate. Please be on the right side of history for 10 days, please. They need to be gone. That's an arbitrary date. It's an arbitrary date. Please, tonight. It will be amazing to have them gone.
This concludes our speakers. Thank you. Then 9.
Okay, thank you. Procedurally, I did, the plan was to have the presenter of the resolution first, then the speakers, then the discussion. Once 8 was off the board, I neglected to have Trustee Davis present her item before the speakers. So I apologize for that, but I would like to go back to Trustee Davis, present her items, and then allow each trustee to speak on that. Is that okay? Again, I apologize, Trustee Davis.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
This night would turn out differently before we were briefed by our legal team. I understand the trepidation these board members feel, but how can we sit up here and ignore our constituents? Did you listen to the students who spoke tonight and to the parents who have kids with special needs? Haven't we seen how destructive the policy has been in regards to the education of our students, which is what we're here to do, educate students. We are in the business of educating children. The CDC, which is the governing health body in our nation, says students who live in areas with our COVID numbers can choose to wear a mask or not right now. They also gave clear data that an N95 mask protects the wearer regardless if others are wearing masks. It's clear that students should be given the choice based on the science from the CDC. I was planning to vote with Trustee Jones and Trustee Bullicus on their resolution. So things have changed and I will be presenting this resolution. A little background, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the district has led the way. When California shut down schools, the district did not. We recognized early on that in-person education is critical for student success. We worked hard to keep schools open. The enforcement of student masking is dampening our ability to provide the excellent education we are known for. The district, along with districts across the state, have been caught in the middle of a very difficult, progressively escalating situation where we acknowledge our obligation to comply with the state and CDPH guidelines and effectively enforce them. The district acknowledges its obligation to comply with state law and executive orders. However, strict adherence to those requirements has caused significant disruption to the educational learning environment, and enforcement is unsustainable. The district continues to make appropriate attempts to comply with the state law. This continues to be a very challenging time for public education. In order to move forward with successfully educating children, it's recommended the district adopt a policy of non-enforcement. As a district, we will continue to post all recommendations from the CDPH stating their suggestion of wearing a mask to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. A policy of non-enforcement allows staff, teachers, and families a choice in the wearing of masks and allows education to move back to a more normal environment. All staff have had the opportunity to receive a vaccination and a booster if they choose. All children ages 5 and older have also been afforded the same opportunity. A policy of non-enforcement allows staff, teachers, and families a choice in the wearing of masks. Couple things I'd like to add. First, I want to thank all children, especially, that have spoken tonight. You are brave, you are bold, you are strong, and you are doing what you feel is right. I also agree with my cute friend here. I'm sorry, Janine, maybe? Yes. Janine, is it Janine or Janice? Oh, Janice. I agree with you, Janice, completely. And do know that it does take bold people to do hard things. And as we look at people from your race and your ethnicity and what they did to make changes in our country for the good of all, yes, is amazing. I am Native American, and I also feel and know the importance of a tribe. And we live in an area where we are a community. We are a group of people that unite and come together and work hard to support one another. I don't think this is an easy time. I agree with the speakers that spoke on the fact that we have a governor that created a policy in which he is not living. Do as I say, not as I do, doesn't work for us. We were told to wait 2 weeks. We will get this mitigated in 2 weeks. And at that time, I personally remember thinking 2 weeks, there's no way I can stay in my house for 2 weeks. My husband put all of our family and took us out on our houseboat in Lake Powell for the 2 weeks. And then 2 weeks later, we went back to Lake Powell for 2 more weeks because he knew we wouldn't be able to stay away from people because we love people too much. So 2 weeks, moving into 2 months, moving into a year, moving into the next school year, moving into now it is symbolic that it's ending at 2 years. I don't think that's by chance. I am disgusted with what we have done, knowing that children are the least affected by COVID-19. And yet they are the only ones forced to be wearing a mask for the majority of their day in schools every day. And I really do mean what I said at the beginning of the meeting, where I've thought a lot about what my children's experience was. And you think about littles, and you think about when a child is 6 years old, 2 years ago, they don't remember. They don't remember what happened when they were 4. All they know is they wear a mask. And some say it's really easy for them to wear a mask. It's no problem. It's no problem for them to wear a mask. It's no problem for me to wear a mask. Not me personally, but some say that it's not hard for them. And some say that this is no big deal. Why is anyone complaining? This is no big deal. We do have constitutional rights, and I do think that they are being violated. And I do think what we're doing to children is a crime. And I do think it's child abuse. And I don't know how to stand by and let it happen one more minute. I know it's short to some. What's the big deal? It's coming soon. But I don't agree. I personally have spoken with 8 attorneys, and I believe we're getting ill-advised information. Current considerations. The board is being asked to consider adopting a resolution regarding a policy of non-enforcement of mask wearing in schools and on district property. The district has the duty to adopt policies necessary and proper for the efficient administration of the affairs of the district. CUSD strongly values preserving student safety and strives to balance that safety with the needs of students to engage in in-person learning environment. We were the leader in getting kids back to school and staying open for in-person learning during these past 2 years. It's our responsibility to offer equal access to the educational programs of the district for all students. The district acknowledges the growing mental health crisis among children and will in all decisions weigh the need for normalcy. We acknowledge it's our responsibility to protect not only the physical health of our students, but also the social, emotional, and mental health. I have rewritten, as have Judy and Gila, the resolution in trying to figure out a way that we could find 3 more trustees to vote for this resolution, because that's what's required. It is not something I can pass, but it's something the board must pass as a majority. This resolution, I was actually, like I said, not expecting to present because I had moved to adding things to their resolution and kind of switching it up. So trustees, let me share with you what whereases I'm taking out. If you'd like to grab your pen. The first and second, keep. That's correct. That's correct. And again, the reason I am presenting this resolution is I don't believe we should still be under an emergency order. And when we're under an emergency order, things change and the governor can choose to direct as he chooses. So I feel it's really important to provide a choice and respect one another's choice. So these are the ones that I would like to continue to keep in here. Number 1 and number 2, whereas. Remove number 3. Keep number 4. Remove number 5. Remove 6 and 7. I think it's all been covered under the history and background and things that I shared. Keep number 8. Remove 9, 10, and 11. keep 12, 13, and the rest, or no, keep 14. The last one, the first one on the back page. The first one on the back page, whereas the burden of proof regarding mask efficacy and forcing school-age children to continue to wear a mask lies with the state of California, and the state has failed to establish the effectiveness of continued student masking with any recent peer-reviewed studies. Keep therefore, let it be resolved. And keep the rest. I think that we need to stop excluding kids from class and let them get back to school and get back to learning. And is this resolution available in the back of the room, or was it just the other resolution that was available?
It's just online because it didn't make amendments, red line version
right
for today.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and read it. Whereas the Capistrano Unified School District Board of Trustees has the duty to adopt policies necessary and proper for the effective administration of the affairs of the district. And whereas the district strongly values preserving student safety and also strives to balance that safety with the needs of students to engage in an in-person learning environment. And whereas the district acknowledges the growing mental health crisis among children and will in all decisions weigh the need for normalcy, acknowledging the district responsibility to protect not only the physical health of our students, but also the social, emotional, and mental health of the students. And going to 8, whereas the district has implemented numerous safety mitigation efforts to decrease transmission of COVID-19, including MERV 13 filters in all HVAC systems in all schools since September 2020, and that school maintenance has opened up air exchange systems so classrooms are receiving as much outside air as possible. And whereas mask policies have shown no positive outcome on our campuses, resulting in constant disruption, division, and behavior problems in the classroom. There have been no long-term safety studies, and masks are to be used as emergency use authorization, EUA only. And there have been numerous medical conditions reported by parents causing decreased attendance and lack of daily education in the classroom due to illness. And whereas CDPH and Governor Newsom have not responded to any of our past attempts at communication on this topic. As such, the district is taking the initiative to do what is best for the well-being of our students and community. And whereas the burden of proof regarding mask efficacy and forcing school-age children to continue to wear masks lies with the state of California, and the state has failed to establish the effectiveness of continued masking, student masking with any recent peer-reviewed studies. And therefore, let it be resolved that the district will continue to post at all schools and district facilities all recommendations from CDPH stating their suggestion of wearing of masks to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. The district will continue to provide optional masks to their teachers, staff, and students on a daily basis, and will promote the availability and advocacy of masking. Be it further resolved, the district will not adopt or implement mandatory COVID-19 testing for asymptomatic students or staff, regardless of vaccination status, as a replacement for adopting a mask optional policy. Be it further resolved that the district implements, regardless of vaccination status, personal and parental choice with respect to whether or not children should wear face coverings while, I'm changing this, on school campuses and activities effective immediately. Be it further resolved that while the district understands the goal of the governor and CDPH to stop the spread of COVID-19, we believe that the governor's K-12 student mask mandate is ill-advised and in opposition to the educational, mental, and social emotional goals of this state and the district.
Did you delete the last? Be it further resolved?
Oh, let me finish. Be it further resolved that while the district understands the goal, oh no, we did. That's it. Did I miss one? Well, I didn't read part of it. One moment, please. Which one? Be it further resolved that due to the inconsistent wording by the CDC, the district plan is to focus on learning and the well-being of students, provide access to masks and ensure masks are available for use, allow students not wearing a mask to remain on school campuses, and continue to be respectful of everyone, regardless of their mask choice and/or vaccination status.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for trustee comments. Trustee Bronstein, do you have any comments?
No.
Trustee Bolokas, comments or questions?
My Resolution 50 co-author had a change in heart after our closed session meeting and felt our solution should be pulled. I respect her individual decision, but my heartfelt position on children continuing to wear face masks has not changed. I am one who follows rules, and I am big on the expression, we're setting a precedence, and I let that guide me. I was also taught by parents who told me to think critically. I have Mission Viejo constituents who are telling me to stand strong on this issue. I have sworn an oath for the financial and fiduciary responsibility to the district. But who would have known that corruptness and mandates that would have come from COVID? So I have a greater and deeper heartfelt commitment to God and humanity. I cannot condone a continuous hurting of children. My heart bleeds. I have felt ill for weeks over this issue. We spent the whole long weekend and then some additional days during the presidential weekend painstakingly trying to bring forth something that we could get a majority to vote for, to release the children tonight from wearing face masks. But here we are. So I will be voting for Lisa's resolution.
Are you done, Trustee Bolokas?
I'm finished.
Trustee Castellanos?
No comment.
Trustee Hanachek?
I just have a question for Trustee Davis. I'm just probably a little confused. So you have, this is a resolution, but did you by chance mean to either create a policy, or are you interested in creating a policy? Board of Trustees is a policy-making entity. I'm confused because you mentioned policy, which is of course totally different than a resolution. So are you planning on using, I'm confused, using this resolution as a foundation for policy? And of course, policies, we don't make laws. We can't, school district, but they're driven by laws. So I just was kind of confused. And then where does this go? Does this just stay in-house? I mean, this is to the superintendent, or is this to are we the board members? Okay, okay. But, okay, so this is a resolution.
And yes, I would like to adopt a policy.
You are interested down the road, because you have to make a policy. Okay.
Correct.
All right, just was looking for clarity.
Thank you.
Trustee Jones?
Yes, first of all, I want to just say something about, whether this passes or not, there's something I need to say tonight, and that is, I want to talk about civil disobedience. Civil disobedience is when you peacefully break a rule or a law that you disagree with. And that is what some of our students have been doing. They've been participating in civil disobedience against the mask mandates. As long as they are being civil when they're disobedient, they need to be treated with respect. I'm very unhappy to hear tonight that these students who are participating in civil disobedience are being bullied by other students and some adults on our campuses. As I said earlier, I will be profoundly disappointed if I hear of anyone being taunted, teased, bullied, or harassed for their mask choices. And that goes for their civil disobedience. This is not acceptable. If someone is participating in civil disobedience, which is, we wouldn't have the United States of America if there hadn't been people who stood up in civil disobedience. So, I mean, I think it's important to respect that. I really need, Dr. Merwin, for you to let our school administrators know that those who are being, again, civilly disobedient, and I don't know that they all are, but let's say they are, must be treated with respect. That needs to be communicated to the other students and communicated to the staffs. I mean, this is just not okay. I would like to know, well, there's a couple more things I'd like to discuss on the resolution, but I'm kind of not totally there. So if anybody else wants to speak, maybe you can come back to me.
Well, I was hoping to go through once without going back and forth. So
I'm totally ready. Well, let me ask a question. Is it true that CDPH and Governor Newsom have not responded to any of our past attempts to communicate on this topic?
I believe we've gotten 2 letters back from CDPH. We had included those in, I believe, board updates, and we have not heard back formally from Governor Newsom.
Okay. All right.
Surprise.
I'll strike CDPH.
Okay. All right. And then I am on the first page, the second to last, I'm a little uncomfortable with just because I feel like, you know, some of the points there I'm okay with, but others maybe not so much. And maybe the easiest thing is to strike that whole paragraph. You've already gutted this. I hate to suggest gutting it more, but if you don't mind, Trustee Davis, taking out, that would be the second to last, the whereas mask policies have shown no positive.
And number
Okay, we'll
12,
take that off.
no problem.
Okay. Then I'm the first one on the next page was that the burden of proof failed to establish the effectiveness. I am not a medical professional. I'm not a scientist, and I can't say for certain that there have been no recent peer-reviewed studies. I believe that's probably true, but again, if you don't mind. And then I'm sorry to say in the next paragraph, the word from is spelled form.
Correct. Like I said, there was several things I would have changed had it been different.
I understand.
So,
I
no
understand.
problem.
So let's just stipulate, we'll correct that. And then the last sentence there, the district will continue to provide optional masks to their teachers. Can we strike the word optional? Just that we're going to provide them on a daily basis.
Yes.
Okay. Then the next one, again, I'm very sorry, I have difficulty with of not adopting COVID testing. I mean, that to me is off in the future. I don't want to get into that. I understand people's concerns about that. As far as I know, that's not been proposed, and I just don't, I'd rather tackle that if it comes down the pike.
It's a deal breaker for you, yes, but I like it because if it does come down later, then it's already there.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Students have to don't have to be continued testing right now? but we do. Unvaccinated
I don't-
adults at the district.
Adults, staff do, yes. And I don't know what that.
But students
how
don't
does-
have to.
No, students don't have to because
I'm
we
gonna-
don't have mandatory
Let me
vaccine.
get clarification from staff
Ask
on
my
this.
staff to clarify this, please.
Yes, thank you, trustees. So what sunsets on after the 11th is universal masking. The testing requirements have not been changed. Testing requirements tied
staff.
to weekly testing for students regarding athletics, the different testing for the different scenarios that are in CDPH, those have not been revised as of yet. The only thing that's being revised is universal masking.
Okay, all right. So, I guess it's just starts to be a little bit kind of iffy and, I'm relatively sure that when a student does have COVID, we ask for a negative rapid test when they come back. So I think that would preclude that. And to me, that's not, a bad thing to be doing. So, I guess it is.
We could strike it.
Okay, all right. All right. And, I'm sorry, that's the third one on the second page. So it's, be it further resolved, district will not adopt or implement mandatory. So it's that one, right? Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Student advisor Patty, do you have any comments on this?
Yes. So as student advisor, the two most important things to me are safety and education. And I find it very unnerving to see agenda item 9. This is harmful to the safety of not only students, but teachers, school staff, and their family members. And school education is very important. As we've seen, online schooling has been very harmful for students and teachers based off of mental health and all other things. If mask mandates go away, there will be a rise in cases, not just for students, but teachers.
I'm going to ask that the audience be quiet as our student advisor speaks. This is a student in our district. Please stop.
If mask mandates go away, there will be a rise in cases, not only for students, but teachers. If the mask mandate were to be lifted, I think that only should be lifted if the COVID-19 vaccines get added to the list of mandatory vaccines needed for public schools. I understand that people do not believe in masks and students are tired of wearing masks, and so am I. But if me wearing a mask can help save a student or a teacher's life, especially those that are immunely compromised, then I will wear a mask without a second thought. And I think that everyone else should be considerate enough to do so too. I believe in the science of masks and vaccines, and I ask the board to protect us and to really ponder on the ramifications of passing agenda item 9.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions, mostly to staff. And it's brought up by several speakers about they're not confident that we would lift the mandate even when it comes to March 11th at 11:59 p.m. And we haven't said that in any of these, but that is our plan. I would like confirmation from the superintendent and staff that that is our plan.
Absolutely our plan. We have followed CDPH since the beginning of this, so we would follow CDPH and lift that for that Monday morning. Obviously, it's done at midnight that evening, but we don't have school over the weekend. But if there are activities, those would be lifted for those activities. We would follow CDPH.
Okay, because I know there are other school districts that have said they're going to continue for whatever reason. And I want a clarification that as of 11:59 Friday night, that means anything going on campuses on Saturday, whether it's volleyball or theater or whatever. We aren't waiting until Monday morning, but it includes Saturday.
Yeah, if in fact the board wanted more restrictive than CDBH, we would have to then call a special meeting and the board would have to vote on that. Otherwise, I would follow CDPH as always directed and as we've done for 2 years.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I want to say personally, I am really sorry I mentioned Ukraine at all, okay? But I do try to worry about other things that are going on with our students in our district, including even the lowest number of people we've had and lowest number of cases, we have had a student die of COVID in our district. Read Orange County Register front page.
There's a difference. There's a huge difference.
Not going to argue about it. Not going to argue about it. I still worry about the students. That there's other things to worry about with our students. I also agree with you all that, I probably shouldn't say this. Our governor is a jerk. Sorry, he has done us no good things. I agree that we shouldn't be in an emergency situation. He shouldn't have emergency powers. However, that is not within the purview of this organization. That you need to take up to Sacramento. And any of the comments about vaccine mandates, I think we will discuss on a separate item. So if you're going to stick around for that, fine. At this point, unless there are any other comments or suggestions, I will call for a vote.
Can I just clarify what you're voting on? Because I just want to make sure. Okay. So we marked every paragraph with a number, so please check me. On the first two whereases, those are keep. Number 3 is a delete. Number 4 is a keep. 5, 6, 7 were deleted. 8 is a keep. 9 is deleted. 10 is deleted. The one line of 11 is deleted. Number 12 is deleted, sorry. And number 13, we are removing CDPH and. On 14, it is deleted. On 15, it is a keep, but the word form now is from. 16 is deleted. 17 with the addition of on campuses and at activities and a deletion of at school. Number 18 is a keep. Number 19, instead of in class, it would read on school campuses. And then 20 obviously is a keep. Is that correct?
There's one more on 15. We're taking out the word optional.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Optional before mass. Thank you.
Trustee Davis, does that match what your intention was? Okay. Thank you. Trustees, are we ready for a vote? Okay. Let's say we call. Do we? Oh, I need a motion. That's right.
I make a motion to move to a resolution. I'm looking for the number, 2122-42. The resolution of the Capistrano Unified School District Board of Trustees regarding mask mandates for students.
Need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Trustee Bullock, seconded by Trustee Davis. Roll call, please.
Student Advisor Padia?
Nay.
Trustee Bronstein?
Nay.
Trustee Bullockis?
Yay.
Trustee Castellanos?
Nay.
Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek?
Nay.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Nay.
Dawn.
Motion fails 3-0 by a roll call vote.
Can we, I'd like to take a 5-minute break, please.
Let me just take the names real quick.
Lisa, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Sheila. Lisa, thank you so much. You're amazing. You tried. Judy, thank you. You tried. Thank you for your courage. I hope we didn't take too much of your time. Get back to your important issues.
President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and reopen the meeting.
Trustees, we are back in session. It is 10:18. We're going on with discussion action items. Item number 4, resolution 2122-51, preliminary resolution layoff of classified management employees for lack of work or lack of funds. Rich Montgomery, this is your item.
Good evening, President McNicholas, Superintendent Vital Peralty, and trustees. Based on the governor's budget, the district anticipates necessary layoffs due to the lack of work and/or lack of funds. The resolution attached clarifies the proposed positions for elimination. It authorizes providing notice to impacted employees. Under the layoff statutes, classified employees who receive a preliminary layoff notice have the right to request a hearing before an administrative law judge provided by the California Office of Administrative Hearings, who acts as a fact finder on behalf of the board. Staff has met with the affected management employees. The layoff as proposed would result in the reassignment of duties due to lack of work. It is recommended the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2122-51, preliminary resolution layoff of classified management employees for lack of work and/or lack of funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hayes. Do we have any blue cards on this item?
We do not.
Trustees, any comments or questions?
No, I would move resolution number 2122-51.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bolkus. Could we have a roll call, please?
Student advisor Padia. Aye. Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bolkus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Aye. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Aye. Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0 with the preferential vote of student advisor Padia. We go on to item 5, 2022 ballot for California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly. Trustee Bolkus and I are currently delegates to the assembly. There are 7 positions open. So our recommendation is in the board report. Do we have any colors on this one? Okay. And this is, I would say, purely a personal issue, but we have worked with Trustee Bullock, as you said it really well, that we've worked with all of these people, we know them, and we feel this is the best selection for the future success of our delegate assembly in Orange County.
History, I don't know how often they met, but because of COVID, we started meeting, I guess the first summer, twice a month. But we appreciated sharing what's going on in each district. And so we have stayed in constant contact. So we've had multiple opportunities to hear from different representatives and to get to know these people, as well as down at the convention with some of doing this. So we did not just look at those who had been on prior, but to those also that we thought would be representative. And we wanted to especially add our neighbor, a delegate from South Unified.
And just as a comment, CSBA has kind of a weird thing how they assign delegates. We're a big enough district where we have 2 appointed delegates, where it's just up to us to choose who represent us. Smaller districts may have a 1 appointed delegate and 1 elected delegate. And the smaller districts don't have any appointed and they are elected. And the weird thing is school boards across the region vote for that delegate, which is, I always thought was kind of weird. Why should I vote for somebody to represent Tustin or Garden Grove? But that's just the way CSBA kind of is organized. So that's kind of why there's an election. We don't usually nobody votes for us because we're big enough to appoint our own. And that's where that is. So even though it was kind of our item, of any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to thank the two of you for serving on CSBA, and I think you do really a bang-up job. I mean that. I get information from both of you. You're very knowledgeable, and I really appreciate it. And I also appreciate your suggestion for these candidates. And I would move that we accept Trustee Bullock's and Trustee McNicholas's suggestions for the 7 candidates.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Jones, second by Trustee Hanachek. We have a roll call vote, please.
Student Advisor Claudia. Aye. Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bulkus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0 with a preferential vote of aye.
6-1. 6-1 with Trustee Davis voting nay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Davis, did you vote nay? I'm sorry. I missed that. 6-1. Oh, sorry, it's noisy, so. We pulled number 6 that will come back to us considering revising board policy 9323. That'll come back to us later. And so we are on item number 7. This is Trustee Bulkus and Trustee Jones. This is trustee request, resolution number 2122-43, reaffirmation of CSD resolution number 2122-20, and request for CSD families to receive informational messages about California Senate Bills 871 and 866. Trustee Bulkus and Trustee Jones.
I can present if you want to, whatever you. Okay, go ahead.
It's really just trustees here. I don't know how many people we have online.
I was really hoping people would stay because I think this is something we are in a position to make impressions on. So let you present first.
Okay, so briefly, Senate Bill 871 is the vaccine mandate that would put, the COVID-19 vaccine mandate that would be then put on the list of vaccines required for students to attend public and private schools. And here's the caveat, it's important in my estimation, is without personal or religious exemption. And then 866 is really a family decision. It is for children the ages 12 through 17 that would be able to get any vaccine without parent permission. It is because of the October resolution that we submitted, the impact of having a mandated vaccine, we feel is really going to cripple our public school system. And I believe it is also going to be in terms of the private schools as well. In terms of, we have many parents that are vaccinated, but because of not enough history and studies being completed, they are very wary of being vaccinated. So at the very least, we would like to see parents aware of this. We would like to see an email, or because we're using the text messaging, whatever staff would think is most appropriate, a website link that to indicate to parents to go and look at what these Senate bills are. And we do have we're pressed for time because we're in March now, and these 2 bills are hitting the Senate floor. They will be in the education and the health committees. Oftentimes they may go to a 3rd committee, but our understanding through Senator Pat Bates is they really aren't going to a 3rd committee at this point. So for that reason, we've put this out that we would really like to inform the parents that these are there and whatever their feeling is, that they can approach their senators. And there would be a list provided on the link of who their contacts would be. And we would also like, and of course, we want to put it in English and Spanish. That's on the last be it resolved. But we would also like to submit this to, as it's stated, therefore be it resolved, the superintendent is directed to send letters communicating the position of the Board of Trustees on Senate Bill 871 to the Governor and Speaker of the Assembly, President Pro Tem of the Senate, and the members of the legislature for the state of California. And just some quick background. There's been a great parent campaign to contact senators. But Senator Payne is in Northern California, and Senator, what is his name? Yeah, Wiener, Wiener. Yeah, as soon as they've called, they've been told that they're not part of their constituents. So the list will include the senators that are on the committee, and the committee represents the whole of California, so therefore they need to take those calls. So that is the reason it's an educational, because it impacts education, and it impacts families, and impacts our schools. If there's any questions, what Trustee Davis, excuse me, Trustee Jones, do you have anything to add?
So, yeah, just real quickly, originally the idea was to just provide this general information to parents and not giving any point of view. And we still feel that parents should be provide whatever we decide on our position on 871. I think it is right to just provide unbiased information. And I was looking on the CSBA website, and they just provide the summary of the bill that is usually 2 or 3 sentences. So just something like that. There, for each bill before the legislature, there's a page you can go to get on the email list for that bill. So whenever there's a change, you will receive an email like it's going to this committee or it's whatever. And I think that is something we can tell parents about. And then just, and there's a page you can go to that will tell you who your representatives are, and put in your address, and it tells you. So I think we could include that. Mr. Burrows, I can speak with you more about this later. And then lists of the senators and their emails, addresses, and the committees they're on. So this is just strictly no position, just this. These are bills that are potentially of interest to parents. So that was our original point. Then as our CSBA delegates, Trustee McNicholas and Trustee Bulkus spoke with someone from Senator Bates's staff, and they mentioned the idea that this was, I'm sorry. Oh, I spoke to Senator Bates and mentioned the idea that this was going to have a very detrimental effect on our education and infrastructure in California, public and private, and that had not occurred. And Senator Bates is very aware of what goes on in education. She's not on the education committee, but I consider her to be fairly informed on this. And for her not to have thought of that, it just shows how many will not have thought of it. So I think it is important that we get this information out to parents so they can advocate. So that was, I'm sorry, it came to our trustees' attention that this would be coming into the Senate committee soon, and they would need us to take a position so that our position could be passed on along with the bill. And if you've ever looked at these bill analyses, they have a list of the supporters and the opponents for every bill. So we would like to be listed there. So then to move on to just the issue of SB 871. whether or not one believes that all young people should be vaccinated or not, I think it is quite obvious that many parents do not want their children vaccinated, particularly the young ones. And this will cause many, many of our families to pull their children out of public school. Or in private school. I mean, it's going to cause people to homeschool. I think it's going to be devastating for California, whether or not one wants children to be universally vaccinated. The effect on schools is going to be large. So we have already had a resolution which is attached here from last year, where we asked the governor, please don't do this. Now we're attaching that same opinion to SB 871 itself, saying that we're opposed to it in order that our names can be, the district name can be put on the bill analysis as an opponent. Okay, do we have any blue cards on this? Yes.
We have two speakers tonight for this topic.
Just point out a correction, or should I wait afterwards?
Well, after. It's your item, so if you want to correct something, go ahead.
To clarify here, there's been a lot of different revisions and the office has been busy. And, but I believe I have the most revised, but it's the reverse. So if you go to the second page, the second whereas, the second line that has 861, it is 871.
That has been corrected. You should have had that in your blue folder.
Yeah, the corrected one. Oh, well,
You're
I
all
just put
here.
that whole revised in my packet. Okay, so you do have, what's this stuff? And then the third one has it 871, 866. Okay, so, oh, I didn't get this purple one. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay. So at this point, we have two online speakers or in-person speakers? Two online speakers. Okay, Mrs. Hayes, please call the speakers.
Katie Crockett. Are we still with 2 minutes or 3?
Should I begin? It is the desire of the board to reaffirm the message of Resolution 2122-43, which addresses the impact that will be felt by SB 871, says page 1 of the board report. First of all, SB 871 cannot feel an impact. It may cause an impact on schools, but I know the authors meant Resolution 2122-20, so let's talk about that. The motions to pass that resolution with various wording changes failed multiple times during that October meeting. The motion finally passed with 4 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 absent. The reso talks about substantial numbers of families leaving district schools or the state due to vaccine mandates, crippling school systems. The reso cites no basis for this. In fact, the last time vaccine mandate regulations for schools tightened up in California, the state did not see these types of effects in anything close to significant numbers. This belief by 4 members of the board is unfounded in reality. Now let's talk about the current resolution on the table. It has only 3 recitals, apparently relying heavily on the recitals from Reso 2122-20, which, as I've previously noted, isn't exactly compelling. With regard to the 3rd recital and the direction for the superintendent to provide unbiased information related to SB 871 and 866 via email or text to district parents, I support that piece and that piece of this resolution only. The 2nd recital is simply a restate of recitals in 2122-20, which are unsubstantiated. Using these 2 unsubstantiated and specious recitals to back this up as the board's position opposing SB 871 is unfounded, and I'm against it. I don't think this board has established any basis for the board as a whole taking any stance on SB 871 whatsoever. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Plosso-Campbell.
Good evening. I have concerns with this resolution. First, who decides what is impartial or unbiased? Second, there are costs involved. This is not a zero fiscal impact. resolution. This resolution will take staff time and energy, work to draft and send communications. If there is travel involved to go to Sacramento to advocate, that has a cost. Currently, our district employs both capital advisors and works with CSBA to advocate on issues such as this. If you want to encourage the public to track bills, putting a bill tracker where people can track the status of bills on our website would work. However, as currently written, this resolution is unneeded, and I hope you vote no so we do not expend any funds on this and rather keep our limited dollars because of the low LCFF base rate focused on our students and in our classrooms and on our teachers, because our students need our teachers, not more frivolous work. Thank you.
Our next speaker, we do have one more. I apologize, but I got an updated list, is Dana Collins. Dana, go ahead. I think it's Collins. Dana.
Hi. Okay, so the vaccine mandate, we are seeing we're seeing lots of problems with it. There's been kids getting sick. There's been adults passing out. They're seeing adverse reactions. My dad personally spent 3 weeks in the ICU with fluid buildup in his body cavity, which had been drained 3 times. So we're going to mandate this trial vaccine that has no liability from the distributor, and our kids are going to suffer from it. I know about 200 parents that are going to pull their kids out of school over this. This is ridiculous. It doesn't work. We are seeing people that have gotten 4 shots this year still getting COVID. I have not had 1 shot and have not had COVID once this year, and I'm out in the public all the time. This is ridiculous. And the fact that you're going to take away a parent's right to tell what's right for their child by 12 and up, that's insane. That's going to cause a disaster for kids. There could be reactions, maybe allergies people don't know about. These are our children, and we have a right to decide what's best for them. I can't even believe how sick this is and how this is even on the agenda. It needs to be canceled. Like, this is just insane. And I'm already lining up different options in case this is passed this next year, because I feel like it is going to happen no matter what. And maybe that's what needs to happen, a fallout in the public school system where people leave in massive amounts. Thank you.
Before we start conversation, Dana, I think you may be reading the resolution wrong, because the resolution is for us to oppose the proposed vaccine mandate. It's not to implement the vaccine mandate. Just clarification for anybody who's listening, especially Dana. Okay, at this point, trustee comments. Trustee Bronstein?
No.
Trustee Bullicus?
I just want to clarify that 871, that is a mandated vaccine with no exclusions, no personal or religious exemptions, I should say, is the one, and 866, that we want unbiased to go out to parents, but we want to take a position, as the resolution states, to our legislators that we are against 871 for the reason of dismantling, basically reducing our ADA that we feel is going to continue to happen, as we've already witnessed. Now, do I have that understanding that we are not looking to take 866 with a position to legislators?
This resolution does not include taking a position on 866.
What I thought. Okay, so we clarified that.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Castellanos.
I just have a question. So in the past, have we, with other Senate bills, have we done this before?
Assembly or Senate.
We've taken positions on human trafficking bills, on opioid bills that I can recall. A vaping one. I don't want to get into the toll road issue, but I don't think there was any legislation there that we voted against or for. But we have taken position on pending legislation before.
On items that affect schools and.
Yes. Especially, and in this case, we're not trying to, my opinion, we're as an author of the previous resolution, we are not taking position on the medical efficacy of the vaccine or not. We are just saying that mandating it will cause some extreme problems in our school operations and our ability to deliver the best educational opportunities for our kids. As Trustee Jones has mentioned, it may force people to leave their jobs to homeschool or the domino effect of the economics, but we have to look at what will cause us the most problems. Could lead to it. And the speaker said we have no basis. The discussion was on the past resolution. It happened right after the governor initially said this was his plan to mandate the vaccination as soon as it was approved by FDA. And the response, as you might recall, was a one-day protest by people pulling their kids out of school. We kind of used that as a yardstick that across the district, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, we had approximately 20% of our students sit out that day. Some campuses up to 40%, but average across the district. So I think that's what we're looking at as, now I know that when it comes down to it, people say, I'm not going to do it if you mandate this. And then when they have to look at it and say, what are my options? They may change their mind. But I think that's what we're looking at is what would we have to do organizationally, operationally, if 20% of our students didn't come back in class. Well, we have to work on what would we have to do to beef up our homeschool program? What would we have to do on independent learning? And all of that affects the overall delivery of education.
But to me, it's not how.
May I interrupt?
The schools,
Just point of order. We need to maybe possibly at your discretion, vote to extend the meeting past 11. Sorry to interrupt.
So moved.
Second.
To 11 or past 11, what's your choice?
11:30.
11:30. Okay, moved by Trustee Davis, second by Trustee Jones. Roll call.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Aye. Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Student Advisor Padilla.
Aye. Okay, so passes 7-0 with a preferential vote of aye by student advisor.
I just wanted to say, I don't think, to me, this is not about what it does to this district. It's what it does to education. And education, particularly in-person education, is very important. And if this bill drives more than a tiny handful of young people out of in-person education, that is not tragic for the schools, it is tragic for the state of California. And I just cannot, in good conscience, sit by and let that happen without saying something. I mean, in-person education, I mean, if it wasn't okay, we would just watch, if it wasn't important, we just watch YouTubes all day. And I don't think that works. In-person education is important, and this is an affirmation of that and what it will do to that.
Student advisor, do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, so just to be clear, 866 is the one where you can be under 18 and go get like any vaccine, and then
12 and up.
So minimum 12 to 17. Okay, and then 871 is the one about the vaccine mandate.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so second question is that, is there any way where like we can add like a link or something like to our website where like people can like track like what's going on with the bill?
That is what the final resolve is, that we provide information and direct their attention to a district webpage about the bills.
Okay, all right. And so then my comment is that, for 871, I feel like everyone wants everything to go back to normal. I mean, I feel like we need like this vaccine mandate for things to finally go back to normal. So, yeah, that's my stance on that. I mean, I don't want, masks forever.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Trustee Hanachek?
I do. I think I'm a little fuzzy on when we've done this type of thing before, and I think the few times we've taken a stance, they're not heavily possible two-sided, right? I mean, vaping, come on, it's not good. Human trafficking, there aren't two sides. If there are, that's something horrible. So when we have done that, we've been pretty in good territory about projecting as a public school district representing all different people. I'm just a little concerned of doing this, saddling us with this type of information that we're supposed to disseminate. We don't have to do with the laws. I'm okay with directing folks. I think that's really smart. There is a great website. It's the leginfo.legislative.ca.gov. I was plugging in all the bills and it could be a fun exercise with your family, see how things go. I don't know. So I'm just not feeling comfortable bifurcating, promoting one. It's not impartial. I mean, I probably would love to see Dr. Pam. I was on this board when the measles one came through. I think that was the point where he was no exemptions. I'm wondering this time around if folks could fight for this to have that religious exemption or other, however you want to call it. So I'm kind of rambling because it's really late. I'm just not, I feel like we're saddling the school district with something that the onus could come back on us. Like Brian would get like, why didn't you tell me about this? That somehow we're supposed to make sure the public, which they're smart, they know, and the folks that are here, they know what they need to do around vaccines. So I'm just not comfortable. I do like though putting a link so that folks can make their voice heard and you can direct them in that impartial way. But the other stuff, I just feel like I'm saddling something that still is it's not clearly delineated one side. So that's it.
Trustee Bolikas?
I have a question for Trustee Hanachek based on her comments. So when you look at vaping, that's bad. Human trafficking, that's bad. At what point did you decide taking parental rights away from their children is good?
Okay, well, first off, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I'm too busy thinking about masks, okay? So I'm still in the mask thing. I will move to vaccines now and think about that. So right now, I'm just, we were focused on masks, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what the answer is to that. So right now, I'm just, again, worried about our responsibility. There is a cost to this we have never done this type of thing before. We haven't done family outreach on bills. So I'm just looking at what this could mean and saddling a diverse public school district. What is our responsibility? What is our wheelhouse and what is the voters' wheelhouse? Because we don't make laws. So that's where I'm at with that. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate because at the end of the day, there's always a cost to something. And then I'm worried that we set ourselves up to try to be the ones that tell or direct or, we can do that on our own. By all means, I could set up my website and put my values and my statements on there. for folks to visit, if they're following me, right, or following you, you can have that all there. So just bringing things up, this is our new territory. We haven't done this before.
Student advisor, Nadia?
Yeah, so based off of like 866, I mean, there's like so many stories that I've heard from students where like they really want to get at this moment, I'm just gonna focus on COVID-19 vaccine. Like they really want to get that COVID-19 vaccine, but their parents won't let them. And they know that without like their parents signing off on it, like they're not allowed to get that vaccine. And like, it's just like kind of like frustrating to hear those stories where like, like parents are being controlling of their kids, thinking that they're doing like good by them, where like, I mean, in my opinion, like they're harming them. So, I mean, of course, if there are students that don't want to get the vaccine and that's their choice. And those students know that like, they don't want the vaccine, but there are students that want to get the vaccine, but they're not able to because of that whole like parental consent. So I think that based off of that, I support 866.
Okay, Trustee Davis?
I think it absolutely is in our lane to let parents know about bills that will affect their children. I think as a public school, we are informing the public about bills that are coming. And I think that is absolutely in our lane. I feel like we've done it before. I think we should continue.
But we've
Just say we did.
No, we've taken positions on them, but other than somebody reading our.
So moving forward, we also are in a new situation where now we can send things via text. That's new. That is new. So maybe had we had opportunities to send information to families via text, then when we were in the vaping situation, we would say, but there was also a time when smoking was supposed to be good for you. So if you're at a time when then yes, there is two sides to that, because smoking is good for you. One person says, a group of people say, and another group of people say smoking is really bad for you. Good for you, bad for you. So there's two sides. So some people say vaping is better for you than smoking, and some people say vaping is worse for you than smoking. There's going to be two sides on anything. I think the importance is that we share information, that these are children. And I know that as you get towards finishing high school and you're moving on to college, you feel very much as a grown-up and should make your own decisions. But the law still does state that under 18, you're still a child and under the care of your parents. So I think it's important that we think about that as well. So, anyway, I personally think it's very important that we share information in an unbiased way to let people know what's coming that will affect their family.
And I think maybe in the past, maybe we should have considered putting the human trafficking bills on our website or pointing people to that, or maybe we should have put the our stance on an opioid on our website too. So maybe this is moving forward and a better point of communication. Trustee Castellanos.
I just think that as a parent, whenever I want to find out information about a ledge bill coming down the pike, my best resources are my PTAs. And that's their sole purpose. They're advocating for children and giving parents knowledge and information. And there's a PTA ledge rep at every site. And when we go to those meetings, she gives a report out. These are the bills that affect education that are affecting your child. And if you want to know information, here's how to seek it. And it always gives me, they often know more than what I do when I'm coming in there, because they're invested in ledge and what's going on up in Sacramento all the time. And so I learn a lot as when I go in there, and I feel like that's the resource that we should be utilizing in this district. We already have them in place. They are a powerful group of knowledge, and they should be giving this information to our families. This does affect children, and they are there for a reason. And I do think this is a slippery slope, because just as you saw tonight with the caller and some of the speakers, now they think that we're like in charge of vaccines. I don't want to, there's a lot of information out there, remember? And it gets confusing. And they don't know who to turn to because they're frustrated. So we have to be very clear in the information that we give and how we give it.
Trustee Bowles?
Well, I think the PT and legislative people should be informing. But I know all the PTA meetings I've attended and there's very few people that fill the room. So I don't know the extent of
That's
what kind of
true.
communication
That's true,
there's gonna
but
be.
they always do, and I don't know about your sites, but my sites are very good at it. Not just one site, but all my sites have pretty extensive outreach as far as constant contact and emails. So whatever goes on in those meetings, there is outreach to parents in the community. It doesn't just happen in that room. I do agree, there's not a lot of parents in the room.
I'm going to call a question. And we have to vote on calling the question. It doesn't take a second, but. So we're going to vote on ending debate and voting. Okay, does everybody understand that?
Set up a link and, no, we're advocating for advocating no, but at 871. Well, what does it look like on our website? Well, come on.
Okay, but, okay, as far as bifurcating, if this were to fail tonight, we could come back at the next meeting with one, just one or the other. So, you know.
Yeah, that would make me happy. I feel like there's such disparate things. They're two different things.
So are you withdrawing your motion to call the question? Okay. That, I believe that does not take a second, does it? Okay, so we're voting on whether to end debate and go ahead and vote. If you want to continue discussing it, you vote no. If you want to end debate and vote now, you vote yes. We have a roll call.
Trustee Hanachek.
I'm going to vote no. They're 200 bills a year, so I'm doing no. Thank you.
Trustee Bronstein.
This is the vote on continuing the debate, or this is the vote on the actual?
This is a vote on ending debate.
Okay, so yes, I'll end debate. Aye.
The vote, we're voting on to end debate and then vote motion. If you don't know that. Amy, would you like to, the horns are gone, you have no excuse. Would you like to end debate?
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye, to end the debate. Right?
Trustee Davis. Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Student Advisor Potian.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
And Trustee Davis vote?
Yes.
I vote no. Well, I'm still outvoted because I had an amendment I wanted to add, but well, you called the question. That's why I asked. I wanted to add a phrase about without personal consent. Yeah,
So now the board is going to make a motion and a second on this
the
resolution.
resolution as it is.
Then you could make a second.
Okay, so we're ending the debate, but we're gonna vote on this. Okay, I can make a motion. I move to pass this with the addition of, let me see where I want to put it. In opposition, in the fourth, where, in the first therefore, where it says, superintendent is directed to send letters communicating the opposition of the board to SB 270, 871 without a personal belief exemption. What I'm saying is we're voting against it if it has no. Or should I say with the addition of. Well, 871 is adding COVID to the mandatory vaccines. I'm saying, okay, add it to the vaccines with a personal belief exemption. Hey, Gila, I need your help on the wording here.
Sorry, I was getting copies of the amendment.
Or would the wording sound better if I said, in opposition of the boards of trustees to SB 871, unless a personal belief exemption is included? Rather than saying with or without. On the first, therefore. First, therefore be it resolved that the superintendent is directed to send letters communicating the opposition of the Board of Trustees to SB 871 unless there is a personal belief exemption. So, comma, unless there's a personal belief exemption, comma, to the governor, Speaker of the Assembly, Speaker Pro Tem and Senate, members of the legislature and state of California. Okay, so does everyone understand my motion? Okay, then I would need a second.
You said you need a second?
I would need a second to that motion.
I'll second it. And I can't help but add, there are hundreds of education bills. So, I mean, I hope, sorry, Ryan, I hope we haven't gotten out.
That's true. And I'm not saying we won't bring back other ones like Portantino's raise the base bill.
Well, that's the one that we should be,
Yes. Yes.
And a whole page to itself. It's all children.
We can do that too. But right now, there is a time urgency on this because this is going to be heard in committees momentarily, sooner than our next meeting.
So you have a motion and a second, and you've called the vote.
So we need to vote.
Student Advisor Padia.
The resolution as amended.
Right.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye. Aye.
So let me, Trustee Brooks, hold on. Do you want me to clarify? So what you're voting on is the resolution revised before you. So it has the one with the purple. And then after SB 871, there is an inserted phrase that says, unless there is a personal belief exemption.
Can I have a comment?
First, third one. What's that?
Well, your past comments
Already called the question. You voted.
called the question. So you can do a substitute.
Or you could vote it down and start over.
Yes. I think is the question clarifying what that means?
Well, yes, because I actually think that that whole bill has to do with it. I mean, that's what that whole bill is.
No, the whole bill is adding COVID to the list of vaccines.
Right, but what we are seeing is that doctors can't write personal exemptions or they get blacklisted. So I think if.
Let me try to clarify.
True.
What this is saying is in SB 871, that the board is in opposition unless that contains a personal belief exemption. which right now 871 does not. So you would be against it unless there was a personal belief exemption for the vaccine mandate in that. So then this would need to die procedurally, wouldn't vote for this, and then somebody else would then make a motion with that phrase, get a second and vote on that.
Unless you're offering a substitute amendment. Microphone. Microphone.
The difficulty I have with this amendment is that when you see the instructions that the Senate provides for sending along your support or opposition of a bill, they will not accept it if it is not definitive. So I am not clear that our objection would be registered if we were going to equivocate on this.
I disagree because there are a number of organizations that will put forth support if amended, or support or oppose unless amended.
Okay.
CSBA does that, even PTA does that.
Okay. All right, good, thank you. So I would say opposition, unless it is amended to allow a personal belief exemption.
So we started to vote. So one trustee voted. So I want to continue the vote.
Okay.
So if this is not the right amendment, then you need to vote no.
Okay.
Do a substitute.
You could do a substitute motion.
Voting.
Hold on 1 second. If it fails, well, then I have to think for a minute, because you also don't want, then you don't want the resolution to completely fail, because you still want,
Can you withdraw your?
yes, you could withdraw. You could withdraw your,
I could withdraw my
you
motion.
could withdraw your motion.
Okay, sorry, Pamela.
So you could withdraw your motion. Now we
Okay.
need to start over, and somebody needs to make a motion with amendments.
Okay, so I will make that motion. So 1, 2, 3.
It's the first therefore.
It's the first therefore. We'll say that the superintendent is directed to send letters communicating to opposition board of trustees on SB 871 unless it is amended to allow a personal belief exemption to the governor, speaker of the assembly, da, 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 da.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I think regular just comes under personal.
So everybody knows it's this resolution with that amendment, unless it is amended to allow a personal belief exemption in 1, 2, 3 after SB 871 in the 4th, and the therefore be it resolved.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Does everybody understand what they're voting on now?
Yes.
The motion, the resolution as amended. Mrs. Hayes?
Student Advisor Padia.
Nay.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Nay.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Passes 5. I lost
6-1.
1 with a preferential vote of nay by Student Advisor Padia. I believe that is our last item.
Yes, it is.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
By Trustee Hanachek. Second by Trustee Castellanos. Roll call, please.
Student Advisor Claudia.
We're voting on adjourning.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to adjourn the meeting. The time is now 11:13 PM.
Thank you.